Alright, so, this is something that I wasn't entirely planning on doing until, well, last night when I had the idea. So I'm doing a leveling run on WoW Classic. There's a timer here, as you can see. That does not make it a speed run. I do want to make that clear, because every single time I put a timer on my screen, people are like, oh, is this a speed run? I just kind of like having the timer here. So, I don't want to get a million comments saying, oh, that was a shitty speedrun. Like, I'm playing it casually. But the reason that I'm doing this, right, is because a lot of people have been asking me to do speedruns and saying, are you going to do them again? And now, if you've been around for a few months now, you would probably remember that I said I was done doing World of Warcraft speedruns. And specifically, I was talking about retail and the idea of speedrunning from a sense of like trying to get an absolute perfect run with all these consumables and stuff. And the reality is, for two reasons. One, I'm not a huge fan of WoW speedrunning at this point. It's not something that I'm terribly interested in. The competitive side of it is kind of dead. I've talked about that in the past. I can maybe go into a bit more detail as we get into the leveling itself, just so, I actually have stuff to do. But I did want to mention that up front. And the other reason I've stopped speedrunning on retail, for people who have been asking me, I will reiterate it, is just because I have no reason to do it. So the reason I'm doing this, even though this might seem a bit like out of left field, considering it wasn't on any of the things that I've been posting in terms of like my schedule, is I just kind of felt like playing Classic Season of Mastery. I have a friend who's playing on this server, Jam Gabar, and he's been like trying to talk me into it for about like a month now. So finally I said, fuck it, I have nothing else to do this weekend, I'm gonna play it. And, well, I was supposed to upload a video yesterday, or at least I was telling myself I was going to upload a video yesterday, and I decided to scrap it. So I figured, fuck it, I'm just gonna record my leveling experience in a Season of Mastery, and that will be a Saturday upload, which is breaking my recent schedule, but, whatever. And at least this kind of fills the gap in between this past week and this upcoming week, which I do actually have a few videos planned out for. But anyways, this is more of like a fun off thing. I do want to put this all up front because I want to make it clear that while I am doing this leveling run now, and I hope that as, it goes on, people enjoy it, I'm going to try to keep it filled with the same commentary that I always do. This is not like a regular thing. Like, this is more of a, hey, sorry for being gone for a month. Everybody who's been asking me to keep doing WoW speedruns, here you go. Now, shut up about it as politely as possible. I kid, of course. I appreciate everybody who says they love the speedruns and stuff, but I do want to make it clear it's not something that I can do all the time. And I'll explain as we go. Now that I've gotten my, how long was that? 3-minute preamble done, I'm gonna hop in. And as I start leveling, I can go into a bit more detail and, discuss other stuff. Can skip the intro. I've seen this like a million times. And there's, oh boy, so much shit to get done. So close all this. Was my friend messaging me? That's not fun. So I mentioned this before, but I have played, oh fuck, I forgot to get something that removes the griffins. I fucking hate the griffins. How do I change? Okay, you're gonna have to bear with me for a second. I am not editing this video at all. I don't know what add-on this is. I'm just gonna stuff it in the corner over here. I don't really feel like editing this video, so you're just going to have to deal with a few minutes of me setting up my UI, because it's been a hot minute since I've had to do this, because thankfully, the only classic character I've really had to play is my warrior, and all my stuff has stayed the same. Spam filter. Yeah, profanity filter's off. Don't need that shit. Enemy units. And enable mouse sensitivity. Oh. Wait, for some reason enabling it, I guess that, yeah, it slows it down. And raid profiles, display class colors. I think that's it, but we'll have to see. display. Good enough, I think. And then, I think, do I have Leatrix Plus? I might have forgotten to install Leatrix Plus. I'm gonna have to deal with these fucking griffins for a bit, but, you know, oh well. Hidden slot details in here. What the hell was that? I think fucking Wowhead advertisements automatically pop up. Alright, we should be good to go. Can clear this shit out. Wait, no, we're not good to go. Never mind. Auto shot. That's auto attack, I guess. So, auto attack, right. I can keep that there. Stuff here. Berserking. Put that on G. What else? Marksmanship. Raptor strike. Okay, and then apparently, I was doing a lot of research before. This is also one of the other reasons why I don't play Classic a lot, or at least when I do, I play Warrior, because it's like something I already understand. I also forgot to start the timer. We're off to a great start. But you know what? The timer is here for my personal use only. You know, it's not an official speedrun, so it doesn't fucking matter, right? You know, this is all part of the experience of the casual, not a speedrun, right? You know, I'm just not even gonna call it a speed run. It's a leveling run. It's yeah, sure. We'll take the speed part out of it because that really isn't gonna be happening here. Also, I forgot I already had. Yeah, I must have leveled a hunter on classic at some point because I have some macros here already. So serpent sting, arcane shot. Don't have one for auto shot, so I guess I never did that. And then, oh yeah, my carry macro. That's right. Those were the days. Speaking of boosting, oh man, I actually should probably talk about that at some point, shouldn't I? Thoughts of boosting. That's something that I discussed a lot on stream before. So, I mean, people have already asked me in Discord a few times, like, you know, have you seen the news? Like, what do you think? I'll get into that. It's on my bucket list of things to talk about. For now, what do I put here? Is there like a generic arrow icon that isn't already used by other shit? I don't know. Sure, I'll use this for auto shot. Why not? Actually, no. We'll use that for auto shot. So, I have a Wowhead macro open. It's, this thing. Right here. Apparently, this is the macro that you want to use for auto shot. Can't tell you why. Something to do with, like... I know the pet attack part, but apparently the exclamation mark makes it so auto shot doesn't cancel itself. I'm learning this shit, right? You know, I'm not very used to Classic Hunter. In a sense. I mean, I technically played Hunter ever since I was, like, 5 years old, but it's been a hot minute. So I'm not exactly familiar with it. But, alright, off we go. Move this shit over. Put this up here, and... Alright. Cool your place in the world. So, what have I not said already? I talked about what this run is, why I'm doing it. Don't really plan to do retail in the future. We'll say with an exception, right? So this is more of an off thing. I don't really plan on doing, like, a ton of classic stuff going forward. Alright. I have no idea how this is going to work. I know there's, like, some dead zone for classic hunters. I remember that, but I'll be honest, I don't remember exactly how it works. I just remember it being a pain in the ass when I used to play Hunter. Anywho. So, I will not be doing, at least in videos, right, a lot of classic or even BC stuff. Like, I actually have been debating coming back to BC Classic. I was going to play one or the other again, but I chose to pick Season of Mastery just because, you know, my friend is playing it. And as it stands, I don't know a single person who's actively playing Season of Mastery. I'm not saying it's dead, right? It's just I don't personally know anybody playing it. So, you know, it's more fun to play with friends, right? So I'd rather play something where I know that I have, like, a friend to play with, compared to BC where I'd basically have to find a group of players. And, You know, I've done that before. I do that all the fucking time in retail. It's not awful, like, you know, I've bounced around guilds a lot, but it's definitely not my ideal. It's fun to make new friends, but you also want to spend time with the old ones. You know, I don't like to just, you know, constantly shift from friend group to friend group or guild to guild. It's like some amount of normalcy it's nice, right? So I think that was like the main reason I decided at the immediate moment, you know, fuck it, I'll play Season of Mastery over like BC or something. But I do maybe want to try BC again. I'm not like 100% positive on that, but we'll see. If I do though, I don't know if I'm gonna stick with Warrior. Like, I was actually thinking about leveling Hunter in BC Classic 2, just because, I mean, I guess it depends on how this goes, right? Like, I just kind of had a craving for playing like a Classic Hunter, just because it's been a hot minute since I played it. I don't know how often I've talked about it, but, like, Hunter was basically all I played for a long time. I should... Available guides. Yeah, I have the, start with this as a troll. Oh, I need to pick up a quest. Alright, well, I've already fucked this up, it seems. And for some reason, it's getting cut off. Oh, just like that, okay. Well, I'll run up here. So, anyway, we're about to collect my thoughts, right? So, I played a Hunter from the time that I was 4 years old until, I don't remember exactly how old I was, but whenever, MOP was, like, in full swing. I had, like, some alts here and there, but I basically only played Hunter for that entire time, from, like, vanilla to MOP. So, that's a pretty long period of time to only play one class. In fact, I think it's probably still the class that I've played, maybe not the most in terms of, like, slash played time, because I've played WoW a lot more, I guess, in, like, the last few expansions than I have, like, historically. Like, I played WoW since I was a little kid, but, you know, when I'm a little kid, WoW is just, you know, you get home from school, you play for 2 hours, then you have to do your homework or something. But, basically, ever since later on in high school and college, right, it's, you know, something that I've had more time for. So, played time, I definitely think, like, all my tanks and stuff have more time. But in terms of, like, overall amount of years spent, I think I still have, Hunters the most. Because that was, like, from when I was 4 years old to probably when I was, like, 13, 14? I think around then. Actually, no, probably, like, 14. So, it's about 10 years. And, I mean, even if I take, like, Death Knight. But no, because then I played Death Knight after that, played Death Knight and MOP and stuff, and then I quit Death Knight. So, on a single class, yeah, I would say I played Hunter the most, or the longest. And that was largely back in the Classic era when you still had, like, ammunition and pet feeding mechanics and stuff. So, like, when I said I was going to try Hunter for Season of Mastery, my friend basically said, you know, are you sure about that? You know, they had all these really cancerous mechanics back in the day. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I had to deal with all that shit. But I enjoyed it. I actually really like the old idea of Hunter, where it's, like, much more about, you know, going out into the world and, you know, finding the right pet and then having to feed it and manage it. There's, like, a lot of resource management with all your ammunition and stuff. And I like that. I like having to keep track of, like, lots of different things and figure out, like, the most optimal way to do something. It's just fun for me. So, I always did like that about Hunter. And, I mean, pets are cool. What can you say? Definitely am going to enjoy that. I've already looked into what the most optimal DPS pets are, but it's hard to say if I'm going to go for that or if I'm going to just go for whatever I feel like, because I think that's kind of important to a degree. All right, softball vest, and then it was this, right? All right, and yeah, this thing accounts for everything, huh? Anywho, right? So I might still play BC Classic again, but I wouldn't do a video on it, and I certainly wouldn't stream it. But streaming is something that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. Short answer, I'm not doing it, right? And I'll explain why. So if you're curious as to why I don't plan on streaming, at least not anytime soon, then just stick around and I'll get to it eventually. But I am sure that a few people watching this are probably curious because it's probably the question I get asked the most. That or, you know, are you going to do WoW speedruns again? But, you know, I've already answered the first one. So, streaming I'll get to. I've talked about it in the past, but it's a whole different can of worms, right? I already did that, okay. Do the following things. Okay, so I pick up the cactus apples, and I kill scorpion workers, and then I use the peon's blackjack, or foreman's blackjack to awaken the peons. Classic quest. And keep getting distracted. Yeah, oh, by the way, it's 5:30 a.m. So in case that wasn't obvious, you know, it's not an actual leveling run for me unless I'm doing it, you know, middle of the morning, like basically when nobody's awake. And this time I'm not even doing it for like strategic purposes. Like at least when I was doing the speedruns, I had a good excuse for myself. I could be like, oh, well, you know, nobody's awake, so there's less competition for rare mobs. But the reality is I'm just a degenerate fuck who, like, you know, stays awake at weird hours, and I just kind of like leveling characters in the middle of the night when there's nobody awake. So it just kind of worked out that happened to be the speedrunning meta. I just really like leveling characters late at night. Or, yeah, I mean, in general, not like an active thing. So it's not like I just, every once in a while, level a character. But if I am leveling a character, I usually do it late at night. Just because it's, I mean, even casually, you know, less competition for questing mobs is nice. You know, it's nice to not have to be, like, constantly bottlenecked by tons of people. But also, it's just kind of a relaxing thing to do. Like, if I'm not recording it, I'm just, like, put something on like, Netflix or YouTube and just chill out and mindlessly kill shit. It's fun, you know? It's a nice thing to do, and, like, you know, nobody else is around, and you could just chill the hell out. But yeah, that's why I'm doing it this late, so. And I'm still a little bit tired. I mean, I technically did sleep until, like, you know, late afternoon yesterday, but that's also because my schedule has just been completely fucked. The drunk raid video completely threw off my sleeping schedule because I had to pull multiple, like, all-nighters to get that thing out. And not because, like, you know, I was, or because it took, like, an insane amount of effort. It did take, I would say, a decent bit more effort than some of the other videos I've done. But I procrastinated it for so long, and it got to the point where the longer that I spent, like, delaying that video, I was just like, I'm never gonna fucking upload again at this point. So I just needed to get that thing out. Like, I would say, the problem with the drunk raid video, it's... First of all, if you haven't watched it, definitely go watch it. I know I've said before that it's something which is a little bit, I guess, like, I wouldn't say, like, off topic for me, but it's outside of what I've normally done video-wise. I have some other videos that are kind of like it, but it's definitely meant to be more of just a pure entertainment comedic video. When a lot of what I've done is, like, guides or speedruns, and usually if I do speedruns, right, it's, like, for the purpose of, you know, giving information, of helping people learn how to level more efficiently. So something that's, like, purely entertainment and not, like, dual entertainment informative isn't something that I've done a ton, though I do have a few videos like that. But I actually think it was really good. I'm very happy with how that video turned out. And, I mean, it didn't do poorly, right? Like, there's a decent amount of views on that, and my guild really liked it. Like, the people, you know, who were in the video were really happy with it, and, you know, they enjoyed watching it. Basically, they really appreciated it because they were like, you know, now we get to relive this raid all over again. They were all talking about, like, their favorite parts and stuff. And honestly, to me, that was the main reason I wanted to do it, and I'm glad that they liked it. I was kind of worried, right? Because Definitely, you know, in some cases, right, I make them look like idiots with the way that I edit it. But it's like more of like a playful jab. Like if they do something stupid or say something stupid, I include it and I like, you know, put it under a microscope because it's funny. And they all got that. Like I even openly like, you know, shit talk my guild leader basically and point out the fact that he died to a boss, but you know, he loved it. He thought it was hilarious. And that was the entire point. Like, you know, he was drunk and he did dumb shit and died a lot. And I knew that, like, seeing that, he would get a kick out of it because, you know, he's always been like that. It's one of the reasons why I like this guild. Like, I've had guild leaders in the past that are super uptight and stuff like that. But these guys are all, like, really fun, really chill. And I really like that. So I had a lot of fun with that raid and I made a video out of it. And I liked how it turned out. So yeah, once again, if you haven't seen it, check it out. But basically, backstory on that. So, as mentioned within the video itself, that drunk raid happened on December the 18th. So in terms of, like, timetable, right? This video is being recorded on February 5th in the morning. And I'm hoping to get it uploaded on February 5th, around noon. So, you know, this is very close to the time when I'm uploading it. Like, about as close as it can literally get. But that drunk raid video was recorded on December 18th, and I uploaded it, like, you know, early February. I think it was on the 2nd or something. So, point being, it took me a really fucking long time to get finished with that video. And it's not because I was, like, sitting there every single day working on it. No, I procrastinated a lot. That much, you know, should be a given. But it's just, for the longest time, I just wasn't really sure what to do with the footage, because I knew I wanted to make a video about it. So, like, I had this general idea on, like, hey, that was a really funny raid. I want to take this footage and I want to do something with it. But, as I said, it wasn't something that I've really done before, traditionally. Like, that's not something that I've really worked with in terms of video structure. So I had to spend a lot of time thinking about just, like, what the fuck do I want to do with this video? I kind of try to, approach it with a similar mindset as with my like forum videos, because those I try to like structure some sort of narrative, right, where I go into like different topics and I try to find posts that, you know, have to do with those topics and, you know, construct a total like complete narrative about the thing. Like you had the Edgemasters Handguards one, and I tried to, you know, take just a bunch of somewhat disjointed forum posts and combine them into like a cohesive narrative. So that's kind of what I tried to do with the drunk raid. I was like, all right, you know, there's a lot of good moments in here, and I couldn't include all of them. At the end, I did try to sneak in some like the more funny moments that just really didn't have anything to do with the narrative I had constructed, blah, right? So, you know, my favorite one is, God, fucking Ric Flair saying, weaponizing your drinking is just domestic violence. That line, that fucking kills me. I was like, I had to cut it there very briefly because literally I was laughing my ass off, like in the recording at the time. It was straight up one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard. And that was what basically made me want to include all those clips at the end. Like that line right there, because I couldn't fit it into the video. I was like, I have nowhere in this video that I can really put this without it seeming out of place. So I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna take some miscellaneous clips that were good but didn't make it in and slot them in at the end. It was all because of that one line by Ric Flair, which, God, it's so fucking good. But overall, I tried to basically show our progression through the raid, how each boss went, and stuff like that, because I figured that's kind of the main focus of it, and I think it overall came out really well. But it took a while, and the other thing is, like, because I didn't really know what I was going to do with it, it ends up taking a lot longer to edit, because I basically kept having to go through the entire set of, like, or footage again. Like, the whole thing in total was 3.5 hours, and the video was 40 minutes in the end. But I had no idea how long I wanted it to be. Like, in the forum post videos, like, which some people have asked me, I guess, on that note, am I going to do those again? And The answer is, unfortunately, probably not, just because the reality is there's, like, no interest in it, or not much interest. Compared to, like, any of the other videos I make. Oh, that still gave me credit, cool. But yeah, compared to, like, most of the other videos I made, the forum post videos just didn't do well. And, you know, in some ways, they're similar to what I'm talking about with the drunk raid in terms of it requires a lot more effort to actually put them together. I try to do a bit more editing on, like, some of the later ones. Like, if you've seen them, you probably know what I'm talking about. So the earlier ones were just me reading through the forums, but I try to make it a bit more interesting later on. And that requires a lot more effort. And with the forum post videos, that's what I would do, right? I would, like, basically think of some relevant topics, like Season of Mastery. I thought of, like, what are the most relevant topics in Season of Mastery when that was coming out. Then I went on the forums, basically found a bunch of posts that correlated with those topics, and then I basically, like, bookmarked them, and then went through, you know, all of them as if it was, like, an active discussion, kind of. But I try to make it sound more interesting. Like, if you want to know what I'm talking about, if you haven't seen it, I have a playlist on my channel for WoW forum videos, or you can just look up, like, Harald did WoW forums. I'm sure, you know, YouTube search will probably not fuck me that hard. And if you search Harald did WoW forums, those videos will come up, because I can't remember if I did 3 or 4. I know I planned a 4th, but I can't remember if I ever finished it. But anyways, yeah, so those videos require a ton of effort. So that's one of those things where a lot of people ask me, are you doing X again? Are you doing Y again? And the reality is, like, I experimented with a lot of different content over the past few months, like basically end of last year. And while some of it worked, like some of the videos have done really well, I'm definitely not complaining with the overall general success of the recent videos. I mean, hell, I managed to, in that time, get 500, 600-esque subs. Oh, that's convenient. Which is good. I hit 6K, which was while I wasn't actively uploading, so unfortunate. But, you know, yeah, that was pretty cool, I guess. I was happy that that happened. But, you know, I tried a lot of different things. I tried, you know, more speedruns. I did the leveling guides, which worked out in the end. I did some more short, like, PTR coverage stuff, which I will be doing again, because that generally, A, did well, and B, I actually think it serves a, you know, strong purpose in terms of, like, informing people. So I enjoy doing those just for, you know, being able to help people out. Same with the leveling guides, but those always do well, so, you know, works out anyway. But some of the other stuff, right, like the speedruns themselves, I mentioned this, like, in my final speedrun stream. Like, I still do tests. Like, even after that speedrun was done, there was, like, some time in between when I finished the leveling guide, and I didn't necessarily finish a complete speedrun, but I did multiple, like, partial runs to test out different things that I had been, like, thinking about, or just to do, like, last-second confirmations on, like, my earlier results. I still do, like, the runs and do the tests and stuff like that. The issue with doing a full speedrun is it's a lot of work. Like, setting up and doing a full speedrun, setting aside, you know, 6 hours or however long it takes to get all that done, and then having to focus decently for that whole time is not the easiest thing. Like, I mean, I'm leveling right now, and I'd like to think I'm staying relatively efficient, you know, following this guide and stuff. Inventory's full. Sure. But I'm basically zoned the fuck out in terms of, like, actually leveling. You know, I know that at this point, shit can't really kill me. Could I be more efficient? Yeah, I could probably do, like, fancy hunter kite shit like this, and I would have to be more optimal about that. But you know what I mean. Like, I know general stuff about, like, how to basically kite with classic hunter, and I could output more damage and get faster kill times. And, like, if this was a speedrun, I'd have to do that. But because it's not a speedrun, I don't need to give a shit, and I can just talk and, you know, not focus super hard. But when it's an actual speedrun, and, you know, specifically the ones I've done are on retail, right? I need to actually focus, and I need to make sure that I'm playing somewhat optimally. So even if I can talk a little bit, it's not really something that I can do a lot. And that also adds a fairly large element of stress to it. You know, it's stressful having to do those speedruns and having to focus the entire time. And the end result is that, you know, I can only really do that if it's getting enough views, right? Because, you know, there's, like, I said this before, right? But there's, like, two reasons why I do videos. One, it gets good views, and people like it, right? It's a combination of things. Obviously, I like getting more views. You know, I like my videos making more ad revenue, right? You know, that is something that matters to me. This isn't a full-time career for me, per se. I'm still in college, but it is nice to have, and especially, you know, if I actually, well, I guess the more I'm able to succeed through this, I guess, the less my dad is breathing down my neck whenever I'm working on a video. Thankfully, I mean, it's my senior year, so I hopefully won't have to worry about that shit for too much longer. But I mean, at this point in time, it is still something that I have to deal with, right? You know, like if I'm spending time working on a video or something like that, it's, you know, this is time you could be spending on homework, and it's just, it's extra shit I don't really need, right? So if the videos are actually doing well, then, you know, I have some justification for why I'm working on them, right? So that's like, you know, a minor, oh, it's nice that this video does well, and I can focus on that more. But really, it's more just, I like making videos mostly because just, I like that, you know, people enjoy watching them. You know, the main thing that I enjoy out of videos is when, like, I post it and then people send me, like, a message saying, hey, I really enjoyed that, it was really fun to watch, etc. Like, no. That's the main thing that I enjoy from that stuff. So, you know, at the end of the day, I know that everybody's gonna like certain subsets of videos. Like, personally, I loved making the forum videos, and I know that a lot of people really enjoyed watching them. I got a lot of messages from people about, like, oh, I really like this. But unfortunately, you know, it's always, you have to compare it to the other stuff. So, like, if I had an infinite amount of time, absolutely I'd be making those WoW forum videos because I enjoy it. But I have a, you know, a finite amount of time, and I have to decide, well, am I going to spend that time working on a WoW forum video, which, that's another thing, takes a lot longer to work on, or am I going to hop onto the 9.2 PTR, do some research, and put out a video next week describing something which I think is going to really fucking help people when the patch hits, because, well, we'll talk to that. I'll give you a, you know, a little idea of what's to come. Yeah, I already did that. Learn new skills, serpent stick. Yeah, I'll give you an idea of what's to come next week in terms of, like, 9.2 coverage, because, I mean, well, something did just drop today in terms of, like, new information. So, obviously, like, nobody else has covered it yet. But there's just some other stuff that I think is going to be really important. Like, yeah, here, I'll give an example real quick, but I can discuss it more. How expensive are 9.2 legendaries? Like, you know, how hard is it going to be to acquire that? I've seen very, very general discussions on... They wanted me to use Hearthstone? Good. Yeah, I've seen very general discussions on, you know, how do you get double legendary? Like, how do you craft it? And then they just give, like, general terms. And no, I want to look into, like, exactly what is required to craft it, and price estimations based on what we saw in 9.1 and what we can expect to see in 9.2, because that's something that everybody's going to be concerned about. And I can talk about this more later, but one thing I can say now, because it is new information, is there's actually a reasonable chance that if you are going for, like, pure optimization for Mythic Raid stuff, you're going to be unlocking the legendary power for the Covenant legendary before you get the belt. Because the belt unlocks at campaign chapter 7, which is like 5 weeks after the patch, and the power to craft your own Covenant legendary is only locked behind, what's it called? Revered with the Enlightened. And Revered with the Enlightened is... Oh, no, it's a downgrade. Revered with the Enlightened is an estimated, as of the most recent change, 3 weeks, I think, is what they're looking at. Like, 21 days, so 3 weeks. If you do everything properly. But I think WoW had said they're still doing some more math on that, so they'll figure out exactly. And if that's true, that means that in 3 weeks you can get the power, in 5 weeks you can get the belt. And the power is strictly better than the belt in every way, except for the fact that I guess you need to craft it instead of getting it for free. Because the belt is fixed at 265 item level, whereas the power can obviously be used to craft a new legendary at the new max of 291. So something that I think not enough people have talked about. I've looked at some of the early videos that people have made regarding it, because I always like to check out what other people have said in their coverage, so I know like what information is missing, what I can provide in my video. And it's disappointing to me that very few people have mentioned the fact that you cannot upgrade, or at least not drawn attention to the fact that you cannot upgrade the free belts that you get. So I've seen a lot of people saying, or a lot of people, like, not content creators, but, you know, just regular people saying, oh, well, you can either get your Covenant Legendary through the belt, or you can get it by crafting it for any other slot. And generally, when I talk to them about this, and some of these people are in my own guild, and I've had to clear this up for them, they think that it means you get the belt slot that can be upgraded for free, and then if you want it in another slot, that's what you're crafting. But the reality is that, no, if you want a good version of the Covenant Legendary, which, like, literally every single Mythic Raider needs to have, because obviously if you're Mythic Raiding, you need to have the best version of your Legendary, you need to craft it. Even if you want to put it in your belt again, the item you get from your from the campaign is just a fixed item level, which I think is really stupid, right? If they're gonna give it to you for free, giving you just a shitty version of it is kind of dumb. Like, it only really helps people who just aren't interested in raiding at all, because anybody actually interested in raiding is gonna have to min-max, so they're gonna have to get the highest item level version. I don't know. Seems stupid to me, but, you know, it is what it is. So that's something I think is going to piss a lot of people off, because the way that it was marketed initially, maybe I misread it, but I always remembered reading something along the lines of Blizzard saying, you'll be given one for free for your belt, but if you want it for another slot, you'll be given a power that lets you craft it on your own. So the implication from that, as far as I was always aware, was that your belt slot was covered as like a default for everybody, because they figured that, you know, it would impact the least classes or whatever, because it's not a tier slot piece. But if you for some reason wanted it somewhere else, then you would have to craft it. But the hilarious thing for me is that as a Brewmaster monk, my legendary that I'm gonna have to use, because currently for Brewmaster it's basically a toss-up between Charred Passions or Stormstout's Last Keg, I think it's that called now. I'm used to Gasp. But in 9.2, it's basically going to be only Stormstout's Last Keg, which is a bit unfortunate, because I was always one of the, you know, people who still ran Charred Passions, even though a lot of people dislike it. I like Charred Passions. So my legendary, Stormstout's Last Keg, can only be crafted on the belt slot, because effectively the shoulder slot and gloves, which is the other two, can, you know, only really be used for tier. So obviously, even with you know, Shards of Domination being gone, those are 2 tier slots. And yes, I've checked; they are once again going to be tier slots in the next patch. So I'm fucked, right? I need to get that legendary on my belt, because it's like far and away the best. And that means that I won't even be able to use the free 265 Covenant Legendary. So I will have to craft my own. And that means that I have to get the power. So, you know, tough shit. I gotta do the farm. And the farm is basically what I'm gonna make videos on, right? A few different ones, because it's gonna suck. It is what it is, kind of. Like, I will say, I was kind of pissed about this for a while, but I've just kind of accepted it at this point. I feel like if you're still playing retail at this point, which I am, for the record, you know, you just need to accept that you're going to get fucked in the ass a little, right? You know, they said very early on that, you know, player power would not be tied to Zereth Mortis. That was a fucking lie. I was stupid enough to believe that, and I'll be completely honest about that fact. I was fucking stupid. I should have realized that, obviously, they're not just going to add an entire new zone of content without adding some bullshit forced reason to make people go through there. And that forced reason is, as you might expect, double legendaries. So, you know, that whole thing about, like, Cypher of the First Ones is not required content, that's a lie. That whole thing about, you know, Zareth Mortis is not required content, or for player power, right? That was also a fucking lie. It's just frustrating, but one thing that I have made, I guess, a bit of a resolution on is I'm just gonna stop bitching, right? I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm gonna bitch a lot. I like complaining, right? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm complaining, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, put an emphasis on it, because, you know, I can whinge if Blizzard does something stupid, but I will say also credit where it's due. The stuff with boosting, it's gonna piss a lot of people off. I actually agree with it. I think it was good. Yeah, I've argued with some of my guildies about that, and I think they're kind of mad at me. But a few of them were in, like, big boosting communities. Like one of the people in my guild on my raid team has just shit tons of gold, like millions and millions and millions of gold, and she earned that by doing advertising for a boosting community. And basically the entire time that I've raided with her, in fact, well, actually, I raided with her back in Nyalotha too, and then just so happened to end up in the same guild again. But since I joined this guild and have been raiding with her again, all I've heard is, like, you know, basically her trying to convince people to join the advertising crew for her boosting community because, you know, she's like, oh, I make so much gold, etc., etc. And, like, you know, cool, right? Nothing wrong with that, right? I personally, my stance with boosting has always been kind of a, you know, I don't really give too much of a shit about it. I guess, like, a neutral stance, kind of. Some people actively hate it, but I do think that it is unhealthy for the game. I think that's something which some people can try and argue, oh, no, it's not really that bad. And was I supposed to pick up? Where's the quest? I'm gonna guess that it's just further out. But yeah, ultimately, you know, whether you love it or hate it, I think we can all agree that, like, boosting, some people think it's a necessary evil. I think it was just bad for the game, like, as a whole, at least on the scale of boosting communities. So I've said before, and I've actually gotten a decent amount of hate on this, I've defended the small scale boosting, right? The idea of, like, just a group of friends or a guild or something selling their own boosts. And ironically, well, Blizzard defends it too. So I guess I'm justified in that regard, but there's going to be some people who still think that I'm wrong and that boosting in general is terrible. But as you might imagine, I am thrilled with Blizzard's recent decision, because not only does it fuck boosting just communities, which is something that I've always been against, but it specifically, like, I guess, what's the word? Like, justifies the stuff that I always have been advocating for, which is, like, small-scale boosting, which some people kind of lumped in with boosting communities. So I personally feel vindicated. That's the word that I'm looking for. I feel a bit vindicated that Blizzard themselves made that distinction of, like, hey, this is where we draw the line, and that basically I have always been drawing the line in the exact same place that Blizzard chose to draw it. So I'm happy about that, but I accept the fact that not everybody is. So I've been trying to have, like, you know, a fair discourse with some people in my guild about, you know, what's good, what's bad. A lot of them don't agree. That's not a bag. That's just, all right. Like, barely short. Can I sell this? I just want to get the bow. I don't really need anything. Sure. Drop everything I own on a bow. And alright. Yeah, I bought the Hornwood recurve bow. And where's the quest? Inside the hunt. I'm still missing practical prey. Oh, there we go. I have to be up there. Yeah, so that's my overall thoughts on boosting. I won't get into it too much, but yeah, I have gotten butted heads a little bit. Specifically, I mean, I'd like to think that I wasn't really mean about it. But, you know, I do generally, Okay, so it just wants me to not even fuck with this stuff. I learned Aspect of the Monkey, but I have no fucking money, so I can't learn any of that other stuff. Hold on. What are the quests that I have here? So, yeah, oh no, fuck Solvent Spirit. It's not gonna make me do that, right? I hate that quest. Practical Prey. I could do Thwarting Kolkar Aggression. This one I shouldn't do without a pet. And... I guess it wants me to do it later. Alright. I guess I'm walking. Oh shit, did I never... I learned the spells and then completely forgot to actually put them on my bar. I should, yeah, I have to keep auto attack there. I should also copy this. Yeah, I already have macros open. What am I doing? So... Do I have one for auto attack already? I guess I could put it on Raptor Strike, right? Yeah. I technically... Yeah, start attack. Okay. This should function the same. And... Yeah, I do want to keep my thing for Arcane Shot, though, so... Alright. And then, yeah, I can remove Start Attack from Serpent Sting. And then what did I take here? Track Beasts. Right. Okay. Now we're auto-running. Well, nice thing about Classics, I have large periods of time with which I can just talk. Holy shit, it's been 40 minutes already. That's actually kind of crazy. I didn't realize I just talked for 40 minutes. Huh. Cool. Yeah, so. Oh, I got really off topic. It's what I always do, though, I guess. Anyways, so. Yeah, boosting, I think I kind of said all I really wanted to say in that, so I'll just move on from that topic. I have a lot of other stuff. What else? Right, I was talking about the Drunk Raid video. So, specifically about the Drunk Raid video, the main thing I wanted to talk about is kind of how it set back my schedule. And this is more just me talking about, like, kind of how I end up working. And that's because as I mentioned, I had a general idea on what I wanted to do with the Drunk Raid video. But I didn't have the specifics down, so I had to keep, like, rewatching the footage over and over and trying to piece together what I wanted to do. So I would, like, go through, like, a full pass of the 3 hours, which I would watch in, like, 2 times speed. So it'd take me, like, over an hour to rewatch that entire thing. Then I would, like, chop up the video. So I would say, yeah, I want this section. So I chopped out, like, a lot of the filler in between the bosses when I didn't think I would use it at all. And then I would kind of try to edit down, like, all right, which parts of the bosses are dead? So some of, like, the wipes, for instance, like, I cut out almost all of Fate Scribe Rokalo because nothing interesting happened aside from our kill when I was doing the coin flip stuff, which only lasted 1 pull because we happened to kill it the pull that I started doing that. But everything before then, it wasn't really interesting. It was like, just, we were trying to get it done, and, you know, people just kept fucking up the rings last second, which was just frustrating more than anything. And there, you can't really visualize that. Like, I could visualize some of the other fuck-ups. Like, Remnant was funny to watch the wipes because it was actively caused by healers fucking us with the spells. So that added to the narrative. But Fate Scribe was just like, you know, somebody forgot they had the debuff and then we were like 2 seconds late and everybody's just like, ah, fuck. Like, it's not really interesting. So had to basically figure all that out, like, what's interesting enough to make it into this video. And, you know, a lot of stuff had to hit the cutting room floor as a result. And Solvent Spirit, I'm not doing that quest. I have no money, so pass. Alright. And What else? Yeah, so then on top of that, I kept thinking, like, how do I want to do this? So early on, I thought, you know, I would just give, like, a very short preamble of something like, oh, you know, recently my guild did a drunk raid, and here's how it went. Something to that effect. I must choose a reward. I guess health. Set hearth.
Speak, friend. Loktar.
Sell items. Well, yeah, those razor arrows set me back a good bit. Not much I can do about that, really, but, you know, that's what it is. I'll put this on Control Y, I guess. Alright. It's about as much as I can do right now. Oh, yeah. Lunar Festival's active. Forgot about that. Does this give experience at all? Huh. No, just, this thing. Probably shouldn't have done that, because, like, can't exactly delete this on the off chance that I decide to do the Lunar Festival shit. I don't know if it's good at all. I actually don't think I ever ended up doing Lunar Festival in Classic. I definitely did it, like, in OG Vanilla, but it's been so long that I have no idea what, Right, I need 1 silver to train first aid. And I don't have it, so... Shit. I'm just gonna, honestly, I might just kill mobs, and, we'll see. Learn professions, optional, okay, a lot to take in. I'm just gonna... There's a path up here? Huh. Somehow I never knew this was a thing. I always thought they only added this in... Oh, I definitely spent, like, normal Classic running out there and looping all the way around. How the fuck did I never notice this? Oh, I'm an idiot. Anyways. What was I saying? Right, Drunk raid, yeah. So, initially was just gonna do something of, like, hey, you know, I did this raid with my guild, it was a lot of fun, and I'm gonna play you all the best bits, and I hope you enjoy. And I think that would have been fine, but I figured for something that I'm already, like, I haven't done a lot, I wanted to put just that little bit more additional effort into it. And I didn't feel that it was enough, right? I didn't feel that just having the, this is, like, how it went, hope you enjoy, you know, goodbye type of thing really was good enough just for, like, a thing. I felt that was just too lazy. And that's where I kind of, like, I sat there and I honestly got, like, no work done on the video for a good few days just because of that. Just because I couldn't decide, is this how I want to do it, or do I want to do a bit more? And then finally I decided that, no, I wanted to do a bit more. But then at the same time, I also decided that's going to take me way too long, and I don't have time for that right now. All right, well, I did, I guess. It was, you know, the winter, but I also had really stupid winter classes, which, you know, if I tried to explain why my classes were so stupid, people are going to laugh at me. But you know what? Fuck it. Actually, I'll do it anyway. So I had, I took winter classes. They were remote, so, you know, whatever. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to take, like, the easiest class that I can find. So I picked a class on, like, fucking operating, like, you know, Microsoft Word and stuff like that. I forget exactly what it's called. I don't remember, but it was something about, like, learning Word, Excel, and stuff, aka things that I use literally all the fucking time. So I'm like, all right, this is easy. I've been using Microsoft Word since I was, like, 5 years old. Like, piss easy class, right? And, you know, it didn't matter because it was literally just, I need an elective. Like, I'm at that point where I'm in my final semester of college, and I have almost all my requirements, but I'm, like, 1 credit short, and the credit doesn't have to be anything specific. It's, like, general elective, right? So I could pick whatever the fuck I want. And, you know, it's one of those things where some people will argue, oh, pick something that, interests you and that you think you can learn a lot from so you can take valuable skills from college. I've said this before, college is fucking useless. I haven't learned shit. I've almost graduated, and it's a waste of fucking money. For most professions. Now, I always say that. For me, it's a waste of fucking money. There is nothing that I can learn about game design or computer science. Computer science, maybe. I guess I've learned a little bit of computer science, so fair enough. But game design or like video editing and whatever that I can't just learn on my own through YouTube tutorials. In fact, while doing YouTube stuff, right, I had classes on video editing in college. And I learned infinitely more through YouTube tutorials or just through fucking practicing and doing it myself and like just playing around with Adobe Premiere over like the past year or so than I did in any of like my, classes that were supposed to actually teach me how to use Adobe Premiere. It's all useless garbage that doesn't actually translate into relevant knowledge. And it's possible to basically pass those classes and walk out having no fucking idea how to do anything meaningful in Adobe Premiere. But like all like the little fancy things that actually nobody does, they'll teach you because like, they probably read it in a book somewhere and they used it like 10 years ago in like the original version of Adobe Premiere. But it's outdated at this point, but they still teach it because they don't fucking update their curriculum. So yeah, I've never been a huge fan of college. Never been one to just take a class because I find it engaging and informative. No, at this point, to me, college is a piece of paper, and I'm fucking close to that piece of paper. So if I have to take one extra class to graduate, then I'm gonna make it as easy and meaningless as possible. Or at least that's what I plan. Because this class that I took, right? Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel, was one of the fucking hardest classes I've ever fucking taken. Because not that the material was hard, mind you. Shit's piss easy, and of course my dad made fun of me like ruthlessly when I told him about how hard it was. I need to focus on this. This guy's level 9. Okay. How could I get out of range? But yeah, my dad made fun of me when I told him how hard the class was. But, it was because it's not that it's like difficult. And maybe I would say hard isn't the right word for it. Also, oh my god, I'm dead. Aren't I? Why am I doing dumb shit like this? Come on. Yes! Ah, bitch! God, that was so fucking stupid. I'm fucking doing that again. I should stick to Boris. Anyways. Yeah, so I would say this class was more frustrating than anything, but also, like, the hard part about it was just the teacher assigned a fucking insane amount of work. Like, even if it's trivial busy work, like, it doesn't matter how easy it is. When you're, like, given on one day, like, 120, like, little tasks to complete in Microsoft Word, I don't give a shit how easy each one of those is. 120 menial Microsoft Word tasks black will just destroy your soul faster than anything. It's just like, open the file, enter, or go to save as, then save in this file format, and then you click that. It's like correct, and then on to the next question. Question 2 out of 120. I'm like, fucking shoot me. Like, it's so boring, and that's what makes it so hard, because, like, the other part is, like, a lot of the shit is timed. Like, you have to do this within a specific amount of time, and normally, not an issue. But with stuff like this, right? Like, after 30 menial tasks in Microsoft Word, like, I need to get up, I need to fucking walk around and not fucking blow my brains out, but I can't, because I'm fucking strapped to a chair until I'm done with every single one of those fucking little menial tasks. So I have to sit there and grind through the entire thing, and then when I'm finally fucking done, I just have to go and lay down and scream for, like, I don't fucking know, an hour, because it's just so soul-crushingly boring. That's the biggest issue, just the boredom of it all. I should probably be doing my quest, right? The Culturus guys. I mean, might as well kill two birds, one stone, farm some gold while I'm at it. But yeah, fuck. And the other thing that really pissed me off that class is there were like these tasks that it would give you, like I said, where you have to do like basic stuff. But a lot of them would be like, you know, the one that I remember that really pissed me off is it's like change the title of the header on this chart and to something. So I'd go in, type that, enter, question incorrect, and then it would ask you to retry it. And you have 3 tries, right? So I tried again, hit enter. I'm like, maybe I did a typo. And question incorrect. And I'm like, I've literally done this before. Why is it incorrect? And apparently it's because the thing processes like enter as like, you know, a different keystroke than what it's expecting as your answer. So like a lot of these things are like on a simulated version of Microsoft Word. Like you're not actually doing this in Microsoft Word and then submitting it for a grade. Some of the assignments were like that, but a lot of it was like, it would open up like a simulated version of Microsoft Word, like on your browser, and then you would have to complete the task within that. But it expects like a very specific set of keystrokes to give you the correct answer, like key presses or whatever. And if you do anything outside of that rigid formula, it gives you an incorrect. So the problem with that is that a lot of times there are multiple ways to do something in Word or Excel or whatever. Like the most annoying one is copying stuff from one Excel, you know, thing to another. Like, you know, do you use Control-C, Control-V? Well, if so, fuck you. I do too, but fuck you apparently, because that's not how you're supposed to do it. No, you're supposed to right-click and then do like copy cell with formatting, and then paste and do like paste cell with I don't fucking remember. I had to memorize it for when I was doing it because I was so used to just hitting Control-C, Control-V, and it does that fucking for you. So why the fuck do I need to right-click, then right-click somewhere else? It's annoying. It's fucking annoying. But yeah, so that was one of the other really annoying things, is a lot of times I couldn't just like mindlessly go through these tasks that I've done a million times, because if I do, then it might give me the wrong answer. And then, you know, I fucking lose points because I'm doing something correctly, but not the correct way. And that was probably the worst fucking part of it. Point being, that consumed a decent bit of my time this winter. So it got to a point where, like, you know, I'm sitting on this drunk raid thing, and I'm like, you know, already having to do all this fucking work for that class, which I thought was going to be, you know, a free A, but ended up being just a massive pain in my ass. And I have like fairly little free time, not like little, but like, you know, it's limited. It's fairly limited free time for what is supposed to be a winter break, right? Because I was hoping to at least, you know, just have one class to do, you know, not a ton of work, but this class ended up being like almost as much work as like an entire 4-course semester workload, like that I normally have. So it was kind of pissing me off that like a winter class was on its own that fucking demanding. And, you know, I didn't really have too much time to do what I wanted. So then I also was hoping over the break to just play Total War Warhammer 2, which I did mention in the video that I basically played a shit ton of Total War Warhammer 2. So it was more of like a combination of like the class, the drunk raid thing, taking like a while for me to figure out what I wanted to do with it, and then just me deciding that I would rather, instead of just sitting there and grinding away at the drunk raid video, just play Total War Warhammer 2, because, you know, it's probably my favorite game outside of WoW, and I honestly just haven't had a chance to play it, just because it's, like, I haven't really, I don't know, I can't make videos for it, at least not right now. There's just nothing to cover in it. I do plan on making videos for Total War Warhammer 3, which is coming out in 12 days. So really excited for that. When that comes out, that's basically all I'm going to be playing outside of Mythic Raid for a week. So probably I'll make a few videos on that. It's either that, or if I can't find anything to make a video about, I just won't upload, because I will be playing that game. But, you know, when I'm playing Total War Warhammer 2, there's absolutely nothing that I can cover. The main issue being, even if I have topics that would make for a good video, the game's about to basically be replaced by its sequel. So anything that I could say about it now, I might as well just wait and say when the sequel comes out. Fuck the 3 mobs! It's like a fucking clown car, dude. Okay, fuck. Okay. I can manage this. Alright. Come on. You could try to help me. Or not. What a fucking dick. Okay, thank you. I had to just stop. Like, did he just seriously walk up, splash flex, and then walk away? Like, thank you. Fucking hell, man. Is this an upgrade? Yes. Cool. Also, I gotta keep my eyes peeled for chests. That's one thing I always love about WoW Classic, you know. Anybody who's watched my channel long enough knows that I love finding chests, so... WoW Classic chests actually mean something. So that's nice. Anyways, yes, Warhammer 2. So, anything that I could say about Warhammer 2 will either A, be outdated, if they happen to change it in the new game, or B, just, you know, be more relevant if I wait to say it. So, that's what I decided to do. But because I spent a ton of time playing that, you know, that meant I really couldn't upload for a month. So that's the main reason. It also, I initially was just going to take like a week off and play Total War Warhammer 2 and stuff. But then I decided that, you know, with the game about to end, something that I had always wanted to do was to get every single achievement. So I did flex a little bit in my Discord, if you saw that. But I did get every single fucking achievement in Total War Warhammer 2, which is something I'm, I guess, proud of. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily, like, insanely hard. It was just, like, time-consuming. But some of it was kind of hard. Like, I guess especially with the time crunch that I was on. Like, I had to complete, I don't know, like 6 legendary campaigns in, like, 1 month. Which, like, I know some people, that's, like, amateur hours. But generally speaking, I like to take my time with, like, my campaigns. So, having to basically do all of that within 1 month is like way more than I'm used to. And it also meant I had to like completely learn many new factions that I haven't played before. Like, I, you know, never have played the Empire or the Dwarves before last month, which every time I tell my friends that who love Empire and Dwarves, they're always like pissed off that I haven't played it yet. But I finally did, and I finally learned how to play them on my first ever campaign on Legendary difficulty, which was fun. I guess for anybody who knows anything about Total War Warhammer 2, if you don't, by the way, it's an amazing game, and, well, I would say you should play it, but at this point, just wait for the 3rd game to come out in, like, 12 days from the time of posting this, assuming I get it out, when I plan to. It's, the 3rd game, I don't personally have access to it, right? Like, I'm not a Total War Warhammer 3 content creator. But I've been watching basically a million streams and stuff of it. And, you know, for all intents and purposes, it is just a gigantic expansion pack for the, you know, the 2nd game. So it's just more stuff of the game that I already like. So, you know, there's kind of no way that I wouldn't like it. But everything I've seen so far is good. So basically, I would say, if you know anything about Total War Warhammer 2 and you've considered playing it, just get the 3rd game. And, I mean, you can get the 2nd game too, and, ooh, chest. 2nd game is going to act as DLC, basically, for the 3rd game, so that's one thing I also love about their business model. Like, if you buy the 2nd game, then basically all of the content from Game 2 is basically imported into Game 3 later on as a free DLC. Like, if you own the 2nd game, you get all of that content in the 3rd game just completely for free, which is really cool. Like, I would say Total War Warhammer in general has, like, probably the best DLC model out of any game that I've ever seen. It's fucking amazing. Like, in terms of just value for, you know, what you're buying. It's, like, I generally am not, like, super into DLC for games, but this is the only game that not only, like, do I actually buy DLC for, blah, but I literally own every single DLC available for Total War Warhammer 2, just because they're all that good. Like, every single DLC pack, not only do I know that it's basically infinite value, because when the third game comes out, I get more content for free, but on its own, just like for what I got out of it in the second game, every single DLC is like 100 hours of playtime, just on its own. So it's like $5, and you get like 100 hours of entertainment. It's like, I don't really know any other game except like MMOs that can match that in terms of like how much fun you can have for like the pricing model. It's fucking nuts. Obviously, you know, that's under the assumption that you enjoy the game, but as somebody who really does, the amount of new content that you get for every individual DLC is just fucking crazy. So I absolutely love it. Other games, it's like, you know, you get a new DLC and it's like $20 and you get like a new campaign or something, which is like pretty uninspired and boring, that lasts 20 hours tops, and then it's done, and then, you know, nothing else. But this is like different. Like basically every single DLC for Total War Warhammer 2, bare minimum, you get like 2 extra campaigns, and each campaign on its own, I mean, generally every single campaign in that game is like 50 hours, roughly, so that's where I'm getting the 100 hours number from. But obviously, that's only if you play it a single time, and effectively that game has, like, infinite replayability. I've played, like, my favorite campaign of that game, I've probably played, like, 5 times over, just because of how fun it is, and each one of those takes, like, 50 hours, right? So, it's a fun fucking game. But anyways, I'm gonna stop sucking Total War Warhammer's dick for a little bit. Main point I was trying to make there is that's kind of what I spent all my time in January working on. And the other thing about that is because I spent so long not working on the drunk raid video, it got to a point where I'm like, I kind of felt bad about not getting it out, because I had actually mentioned it. Like, honestly, if I hadn't already mentioned the fact that, you know, the drunk raid video was coming, like I teased it in some of my earlier videos, and also the fact that, like, my guild wasn't expecting it, because, like, honestly, the main reason I finished it was for them. Like, you know, I know I had teased it, but I've scrapped videos before that I teased or something like that. In fact, I'm going to talk about one that I actually did scrap in a little bit. But the main one here is, it's one thing to basically, you know, let myself down and be like, fuck it, you know, I was hoping to finish this video, and, you know, I didn't get to finish it, you know, oh well. But it's another thing to let, like, you know, my entire guild down. Like, they were looking forward to this. I had mentioned that I was going to do it. They were excited. Like, I told my guild leader that I was recording, and, like, they loved the Who Pulled the Lever video. So, I know a few people are probably familiar with that. That video did pretty well, even though it was, like, a very, like, at the time, off thing for me to do. And, I mean, it was basically... That was close. That video was made basically for my guilds, because, you know, it was never going to even get, like, a ton of views anyway. It was, like, a relatively small video. And even if it did, like, one thing that, like, if you don't know a lot about YouTube, like, anybody who's made videos already knows this, but if you don't know much about YouTube, any video under 8 minutes, I know a lot of people historically know the you know, 10 minutes to put mid-roll ads. That's actually now 8 minutes. So I still see that misconception floating around. Some people still think that, you know, people pad their videos to 10 minutes. No, the new pad your video to X time is 8 minutes. And yes, a lot of people do that. So if you ever see a video that's like exactly 8 minutes long, well, not always, because I actually, that makes me self-conscious sometimes. I think it was a Final Fantasy video that ended up being 8 minutes and 1 second long. And it literally just ended up that way, and I felt bad because I'm like, God, people are gonna think I fucking extended this just for the sake of extending it, when really it just ended up being like that. So I went back and added, like, an additional, I think, 45 seconds to that video. I was like, I need to find something else to talk about because I don't want it to be exactly 8 minutes. I'm fucked. Okay. I might be fucked. Needs a... Nice. Okay. Yes. I'm alive. Alright, we're good. I should say I'm not, like, going for Iron Man or anything, but I'm, like, my friend basically told me, he was like, yeah, try not to die, if possible, like, just as a for fun thing. So I will say, I'm doing my best to, like, not die, but at the same time, I'm not gonna, like, shed a tear if I die. If I die, I'm just gonna go, oh well, I fucked up. But if I can live, I'm gonna do everything in my power to not, you know, fuck it up. Though I am playing pretty fucking recklessly, if that's my goal. Shit. Alright. Oh, that's good. Lots of dodges happening here. Gonna try to get a... Didn't make... Come on. Missed. Stop. Dodged. Still have a potion in my back pocket, but I don't want to fucking use it. And I have to. Oh, fuck. Oh well. They're rare though, so that's nice. Okay. Me something good. Fucking trash. Oh well. Where was I? I need to focus now, because if the mobs respawn behind me, I'm kind of fucked. Ah. I really need a fucking pet. Being a hunter without a pet is like just being up shit creek without a paddle. I should have kited there. Okay, anyways. What's he talking about? Right. Yeah, so, I really wanted to make this video for my guild, so I kind of, like, told myself, like, you know, because they were looking forward to it, I needed to finish it. But, you know, the end result was, like, I had videos that I could make. Like, I even began, once I had, like, finished all achievements for, Total War Warhammer 2, I could have started doing 9.2 PTR videos, but I was like, alright, if I start doing 9.2 PTR videos now, I'm just never going to finish the Drunk Raid video. Because at that point, it's like, why would I go back and work on footage that I've had for like a month on this project that admittedly I had established in my head, I'm like, this is what it's going to take to do the Drunk Raid video. Like, I don't like to half-ass shit. So... if I'm gonna do this video, it's gonna have to be like this. It's gonna have to be this long. It's gonna have to include all these clips. I'm gonna have to write a script, which I did. I did all this shit. Write a script, record that. Ended up being 12 minutes in just pure narration. Interweave that script in between the clips to provide context. Then I had to take footage and overlay it onto the actual like narration. Then I was like, that was the bare minimum. And then I decided, you know, I'm probably going to have to do more, which I did. I ended up basically taking, you know, a lot of the important dialogue, especially the ones that, you know, was kind of hard to hear because, like, people were talking over each other. And I gave subtitles for that within the video. Because that's something that I was, like, thinking about doing, and I wasn't sure if I was going to do it. And I said, fuck it, you know, it's the right thing to do. It's that little bit of extra oomph that'll make it a better video. So I did that. Then I also decided to do some like additional like animations. You know, like the one on Guardian where I have the like the people's names following them and they run out of the circle and die. And like I thought that added like a bit of extra like an extra touch. And then also some stuff where like there's a bunch of moments in the video where it zooms in really close on something happening to like emphasize it. So, you know, if somebody like gets knocked off a platform, I'll like zoom in on there and you can see them get yeeted off the platform. And in my opinion, that makes it funnier. I think it's really funny if you just like focus in on somebody and it's like, watch this idiot fly off the platform, ha ha ha. So that was like what I was going for with it. And I think it makes it so much better when you do that. But it requires effort, especially if there's movement. Like if I'm trying to basically track somebody going off a platform, that's like a lot of fucking keyframe animation, right? So that took time. And I knew that if I was going to make the drunk raid video, this was all stuff that I had to do. And it's a lot of work. I basically spent like 4 days non-stop just sitting down and fucking chugging away at this thing in Adobe Premiere. And I was like, all right, either I basically dedicate the time to get this shit done, another chest, or I just say, fuck it, scrap the thing, and move on to other videos. But a lot of times I've done that, right? That's the reason a lot of videos hit the cutting room floor. I outline how much do I need to do for this? How long is it going to take me? And then I basically try to think, like, you know, how many people are going to watch this, right? Like, if I put, like, an inordinate amount of effort into something that nobody watches, well, what the fuck is the point, right? So, as I said before, I need to at least, you know, figure that a decent amount of people are going to enjoy it, or at least I need to try to find, like, in my head, what do I think is, like, the fine line? Like, where do I draw the line of, like... Fuck. It's actually really bad. Might need to potion here. But I really don't want to. Fuck. Leash, please. Like I said, I'm gonna do everything I can. I fucked that up pretty good, didn't I? Ah, shit. What is this dude's fucking leash range? How is he still not fucked off? There we go. Christ. Alright. Where was I? Right, so I have to basically estimate, you know, how many people do I think are going to watch this video? And if my estimation is that enough people are going to watch it, it's going to take a lot of time, or rather, if enough people are going to watch it for the time it takes to create, then I'll make the video. Or, I've said before, or if it's something that I really want to make. And that's where this fell under. This fell under it's something I really want to create. Not because, you know, I thought, you know, oh, it's going to be really fun to make this video. It did turn out well. I'm very happy with how it turned out. But more, I wanted to do this for my guilds, so I knew I needed to make this video. Not because it was going to get a ton of views. I mean, at the moment, it's, what is it sitting at? 380 views, which, like, not horrible, but let's be honest, not good. Like, 380 views for the amount of hours I spent doing that editing, not good. But you know what? I expected that. I kind of expected it to perform about where it did, and that's fine. That's kind of what I was expecting. But that's the thing, like, that's why I had to seriously debate, like, is this something that I'm willing to spend time on? Because the time that I spent working on that video ultimately came at the cost of potentially 9.2 PTR videos. I'll still be making the 9.2 PTR videos, though, but they'll be a bit later, starting next week, which I should probably talk about. Well, actually, I kind of did already. But I guess I should say that, like, my plan is next week, if my schedule holds, 3 9.2 videos. I won't say exactly what. I did mention generally some of the topics that I'm going to be discussing, so, you know, earlier part should clue you in on basically some of the ideas that I'm going to be going with. Basically, anything to help with the problem that I outlined with, Blizzard now making it so you need to grind the fuck out of Zereth Mortis. My primary goal at this point is basically going to be to demystify Zereth Mortis. Did my phone just buzz? I couldn't really hear, just, noise in my stuff, but it might have picked up on the mic. I don't know if that was the noise I thought it was. But yeah, so I'm going to try to, demystify Zereth Mortis for, everybody watching as much as possible, because admittedly, it's a bit of a, I wouldn't say, like, complicated zone, but it's a little bit more confusing than, like, Korthia. Now, I will say it's also less garbage than Korthia, so there's a start. Korthia, I think, was fucking dog shit, but admittedly, Korthia was pretty straightforward in that there's rares to kill. The most confusing thing, maybe, about Korthia is, like, the Archivist's Codex, like, treasures, but a lot of them are really straightforward. Like, the only ones that could be considered complicated is, like, the rift shit, where you have to, like, go into the rift and, like, there's all those locations. But for the most part, Korthia's pretty straightforward. Zereth Mortis is fucking weird in some ways. Like, one of the annoying things is there's, like, these puzzles. And if you watched my first look at 9.2 video, I still have no fucking clue how to do that puzzle. So there was, like, a puzzle that just really confused me. I have sat there for, like, hours. Legit hours. Trying to figure out how the fuck to do that puzzle. And I don't know. It's just... At this point, I'm convinced it's not me. It's terrible. Like, the mechanics of it, like, I kind of understand. Or at least I understand what they're going for, but it's just not done well. And there are some aspects of it that genuinely do not match up with the stated rules. So, there's either, like, a hidden rule that is not stated within the game that I just need to figure out so I can understand why sometimes randomly the solution is correct. Or, I don't know, I'm just really not understanding it somehow. But I think it's just a shit explanation. Honestly, I think that's what it is. And it's frustrating. It's really fucking tilting. So I'm going to keep trying to figure out that puzzle. And hopefully if I manage to figure it out, I'll, include it in one of the videos. I don't really think there's enough in there to make an entire video about, per se. But I do think that I could... Nah, too close. I do think that I could probably, like, include it as, like, a subset of one video. Like, what I'm probably going to do is make, like, some of the more in-detail topics, like rare mobs and treasures overall. Those will probably get their own videos. And just overall, like, probably walking through the specifics on the double legendary and A, how to unlock it, B, how much does it cost, C, like, the rep grind requirements and stuff like that. Some of those things that require a bit more discussion, I think, are important. And then, something else, maybe just an idea like alt catch-up mechanics, right? There's a few things in Zereth Mortis, and I think that's something which people would probably find interesting, like discussing what exactly is there in Zereth Mortis to help you catch up with your alts, or like you're a new player coming back, like what can you do in Zereth Mortis to get you caught up to speed, that kind of thing. But there's a lot of, like, minor things in Zereth Mortis, like the puzzles, and the other thing that's really fucking annoying is the navigation of it. So a lot of people think that the navigation isn't a huge problem, even though it is a pain in the ass, because you do get flying. And it's like, yeah, you get flying, but until you get flying, moving around in Zereth Mortis sucks dick. It's bad. It's really fucking bad. So I don't really like that defense of it as, like, oh, it doesn't matter because eventually, it won't matter when we get flying. Because, like, for 3 weeks, the first 3 weeks of the patch, we are going to have to navigate it. And it's a fucking shit show. This is bad. I didn't think that mob would have respawned. Yeah, all the other mobs didn't respawn. Why the fuck did this one respawn? I want to pull that sailor. Tell me no. fuck. Kill this guy. Nice. Alright. One down at least. One at a time. Yeah, so the navigation is a bitch. The main thing that's annoying about it is there's a lot of treasures that simply cannot be accessed unless you're like a demon hunter or something. Or at least you would think that they can't be accessed unless you're a demon hunter. But you'd be wrong, because there's actually this item that you get from one of the campaign quests, which is like... It's so weird. It's basically like a heroic leap that you get as like an on-equip effect, but it's like very, very, very shitty. Like, it has a really crap range, and the range upgrades as you increase your Cypher, the first one's thing. But even at the default range, you can technically access every single treasure that seems like it can only be accessed by demon hunters. You just need to do some dumb fuck precise jumps and then, like, mid-air, like, angle the fucking thing and shoot yourself up into the platform. It's stupid. But it is possible. So that's something that I want to discuss, like, because I don't think a lot of people are going to figure out very easily how to use that, like, on-equip effect or even realize that it exists. So a lot of people are going to try to access a treasure and be like, how the fuck do I get this? And if they don't know that that thing is available for them, you know, it'll be a lot harder. So I'm going to cover that. And then... what else? Oh yeah, there's some, like, weird crafting shit. There's, like, this, little forge thing. Obviously, crafting tier sets is a different topic, but I'm only gonna discuss tier sets in probably, like, the big 9.2 overview video that I will probably end up doing. And I'll mention that in more of, like, this is basically how it's done, but I'll make a more detailed video when it gets closer to actually coming out, because you don't fucking need to know about tier set crafting right now. It's not in the game. So, when it's about to... That's not what you were supposed to do. Oh my god, there's another one! Dude, where the fuck are they coming from? I dodged both of those. Aspect of the monkey OP, dude. Come on, how are they hitting me from this fucking distance? Fuck. I'm not going to be able to do this, I don't think. Not without a healing potion. Which I burned through all of mine. It's just the random mob respawns are fucking me. I'll keep trying, though. I am enjoying this, actually. I think this is fun. It's just frustrating. But yeah, so basically, I'll skip past that. I'm going to cover all the shit in 9.2, right? So that's starting next week, and that'll go up until Total War Warhammer 3 releases, which is going to be the 17th, right? So probably the day, maybe the day after Warhammer 3 releases. If I have something to make a video about for it, I'll make a video about Total War Warhammer 3. If I don't, then I'm just not going to upload that day. And then the next week, like I said, I will either be playing that game and not uploading, or I will be playing that game and making videos for it. So one of the two. I'm really hoping that that's not the week where 9.2 is going to come out, because that would fucking suck. Just, I would like to upload a few videos right before 9.2 hits, since there's a few more, like, currently in my upload schedule, I don't have time to get out all the 9.2 videos that I have planned before the release of Total War Warhammer 3. We'll see, though. Worst case scenario, I upload some stuff after launch. I really don't want to have to do that. But that is my current plan. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Now, how the fuck do I want to do this? Need to be like the furthest possible corner away. This is... missed. Come on! Come on! Yes! Okay. Woo! Fuck you! Yes! Fuck yes! Ah. That felt good. Alright. Now we get the chest. Cool. Cracked shortbow's probably not an upgrade. Yeah, not an upgrade. Alright. That was a fun challenge. That's what I like about Classic. Like, I actually have to fucking think while playing this game. Like, outside of Mythic Raids or Mythic Plus and retail, I don't PvP, so I can't speak to that. I just, like, I shut my brain off while doing 90% of things in retail WoW. In Classic WoW, I actually have to, like, think while leveling. It's fun, honestly. Like, one thing is, I wish that... Oh. What? From where? Bitch! Please. God damn it. Alright. I think I've killed enough mobs, at least, for this quest. Yeah, I really wish that, like, Classic WoW was something that I could speedrun. I can't, though, because it takes, like, 5 days. So, if, like, Classic WoW speedrunning was, like, 5 or even, 10 hours of this, like, 10 hours of this, it would be a lot, but I think it would be a lot of fun. I would run that shit. So, yeah, oh, right, it's this thing that I need to clear. But 5 days is, like, one of those things where I wouldn't, at least not right now, like, maybe in the future. I don't know where I'll be at in my life in, like, you know, a year. But if in a few years or something, if Classic WoW is still, like, a thing, which I hope it will be. I think they're going to keep trying to keep this ball rolling. But if it's still a thing in a few years where I have the time to set aside, like, 5 days to do a speed run, I'll think about it. Because I love the idea of speedrunning WoW Classic, but fuck me, I would never be able to do it. Like, in terms of, you know, time right now. I would love to learn the route. I would love to do all that shit, but as it stands, it's just not practical from a time perspective. So I absolutely could not do that. Where is this? Yeah, fuck us. Solvent Spirit. Fuck that thing. I didn't pull that mob. Okay, good. Oh, where was I? Yeah. Oh yeah, so drunk raid video, all that stuff. I ended up finishing it though. Finished the drunk raid video, and now I can work on the 9.2 stuff. Right. So, I kind of just had to get that done, because, you know, the longer I procrastinated that, you know, I basically wouldn't be able to upload videos, because I knew if I started doing 9.2 stuff, I would never finish that video, and I needed to finish that video. I needed to do that for my guild, so that's the reason why there was a bit of a lull in terms of videos coming out, but hopefully that is going to be fixed going forward. But we'll see how we go. Like I was saying earlier, you know, there's a lot of different things that people have asked me to do, or a lot of different things that I've considered doing. But I just kind of have to try things and see what works and what doesn't. Like an example, you know, I didn't really think it was going to work, and it didn't. But like the Warhammer Online stuff. First video did decently well, but fell off pretty fucking hard for some reason. I've actually never seen that happen. I've seen a lot of videos like, you know, some of my videos like, you know, do okay and then peter out. And then other ones will, you know, kind of, that was encroachment that I needed. Which one? All right, Admiral's orders. Um... Alright. There's some arcane shot. Okay, so arcane shot, I think, yeah, I have a macro for that, right? Yeah. And Hunter's Mark is baked into my auto shot macro, but I'll put it on my bars just in case I need to manually use it. Okay, so... Right, yeah, I haven't learned engineering yet. Which is what I wanted to do. I wanted to learn, Is there an engineering trainer here? I have no idea if there's actually an engineering trainer here. If not, oh well. But I'll look around for a bit, I guess. Warlock trainer. Probably not. I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure it's in Orgrimmar. Like, I know where the one in Orgrimmar is, because I went there like a million times while leveling an original classic, but not sure about Razor Hill. Anyways, I definitely can learn first aid, though. General goods, shaman, priest. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Alright. And we slap this down here. That's a lot of bandages. Yeah, so, right. Return of Reckoning. I made the first video. It did really well early on. Like, really fucking well. And then it just flatlines. Like, no follow-up views. Not really sure what that's about, but alright. I mean, just general lack of interest, I guess. Which, yeah, surprised me a little bit. I expected it to do a little bit better than it did. But I'm happy enough with how it went. And then the speedruns themselves, I mean, it was kind of a scuffed speedrun. Like I said, wasn't even sure if I was actually going to upload it. So, you know, the fact that enough people wanted me to upload it and then it got a decent amount of views is like, and I'll take it, I guess. But admittedly, it's one of those things where that whole thing was kind of an experiment, right? It was something that I wanted to do, but it also was largely an experiment. And one that ultimately failed, I would say, at least in that regard. Like, what I learned from that is that making one-off videos about something else, if they're interesting enough, some people watch it, right? Like, you know, the first video did decently well. But if I continue making videos about something there's just not enough interest in, it'll die out. So I initially, for Friday, I mentioned this before. I said, at the end of the drunk raid, I think my exact words were, after I'm done finishing some videos that I had gotten started back in December, then I would begin focusing on the 9.2 PTR. And specifically what I was referring to was a video for the Warhammer Online stuff where I guess I'll tell the story now, since that was going to be part of the video, and at this point I'm set on not actually making it, because I thought about it and I'm like, it honestly, this is one of those things, it's not even going to be like a hard video to make. I actually think I could probably make the video in about like 12 hours of like work. But I think it's going to get so little views that I don't really think it's worth making, because I don't really think anybody's going to give a shit. And it's not something that I personally care about making. Because the only thing that I would feasibly care about is having the strategy. And I already found the strategy, so I can use it for myself. So I can talk about it here. But basically, where do I buy bags? I guess general goods vendor. Is there a... Fuck, do I find that? It's cloth and leather armor. Trade supplies? Probably trade supplies. If there's like a small bag,
What are you looking for?
that'd be good. No? Yeah, it would be general goods, but I don't See general goods. That's butcher. Fuck. I don't know where. Maybe I'm just really fucking blind. Was there a general goods vendor in the hut? Like over here? Maybe there was. I'm gonna check. Yeah, so the thing that I was gonna make a video on for Warhammer Online, and I'll say it here because I do think it's one of those things where I think if you hear it, you'll be like, huh, that's kind of interesting. But the reason why I didn't make the whole video on it is because I don't really think it was interesting enough that people would, like, care enough to watch a video about it. And even if they did, the thing that I thought about, right, is a lot of people might click on it and watch, like, the first bit, and then basically say, I never turned that in? Okay. Yeah, so a lot of people would probably watch it, go, huh, that's interesting in the first 2 minutes, and then, you know, just close the video for the rest, because they're just like, I don't really care enough about, like, the details. But in my original video for the Return of Reckoning thing, I got to level 18 in the speedrun, and I got, like, mega tilted because just the XP values were shit, and it was just an incessant grind fest, and I quit, right? Well, it turns out that at level 18, the level that I quit on, there is basically a new leveling method that opens up, and it's really fucking efficient. And I don't think it's intended. I think it's a bug. But while leveling my second character, which I didn't do a video on, but I just did for my own personal stuff, I ended up finding this bug. I'm assuming it's a bug. Maybe it's not. Oh, I got a bag. I forgot you got this. Or I found this method. You know, let's just call it a method, because it may not be a bug. It may be intended. And it's basically, there are these quests. If you didn't watch the video, there's these quests that you get in Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning, or Age of Reckoning, the server's called Return of Reckoning, where there's, like, open world PvP zones. Think, what's a good WoW comparison? Not necessarily Ashran, you know, if you know classic WoW, right? It's like the fucking towers in this place, Eastern Plaguelands. Kind of like the towers in Eastern Plaguelands, where it's like an open world PvP objective that you're encouraged to, like, engage in. So imagine if there was, like, a repeatable quest for scouting each one of those towers, or something like that. And that is basically what exists in Return of Reckoning. A repeatable quest to scout the towers. Now, on its own, it's not huge, because I did these quests while leveling up, and the repeatable ones gave good experience, but generally speaking, not good enough to outweigh the time that it would take to just do regular quests. And the other issue is they gave fairly shit gold. So I was just like, why would I do this when I can just make better gold and get reasonably better experience just doing normal quests? They were worth doing at least once in every zone, because basically there was a repeatable version, and then there was an additional set of one-time only quests which gave more XP than the repeatable one. So the idea was you pick up the repeatable version, you pick up the one-time ones, and then you do both of them at the exact same time, which is, like, mega efficient, and also gave very good XP for the amount of time it took. But then repeating it after that was, like, just kind of a waste of time. So that was effectively what I thought of it while I was doing my initial leveling experience. Not really worth it. However, every single zone in the game has an open world PvP area, and every single zone in the game has a set of quests like that. But while leveling up, it was only the zones that I was, like, leveling in. I even tried going to some of, like, the higher level zones and checking, and there was nothing available there. For some reason, when you hit level 18, every single one of those exploration quests in all of the high level zones opens up. I think maybe I have to wonder if this was like an unintended bug in the original game that they just faithfully recreated. I couldn't find any information about it. So I wonder if it's a private server bug. Like if while implementing those quests, they just accidentally set the entire like area as like minimum level 18 or something. And it's weird that it's like, it's not that it doesn't have a minimum level. The minimum level is 18. So they definitely have it in the code somewhere that like, if you're not 18, you can't do this. But why is every single one of them past 18, minimum level 18, when some of them are level 40 zones? And that's basically the trick, right? Because I said before that they weren't really efficient to do on repeat if it's, the ones at your level. But the experience obviously scales, and when you're doing a level 40 quest on repeat, it doesn't matter if it's inefficient experience for a level 40 quest. If you're level 18, that inefficient level 40 quest is immediately infinitely better than anything that you have available at your level. So you're getting like a quest that's like meant for near max levels on repeat while you're like 20 levels below. It's really, really fucking good. And it's easy too. Like you literally just run laps around these open world PvP areas. And that's where, most people would go, huh, that's neat, and then just stop giving a shit. But I think the more interesting part to me was how do you optimize that, right? Like, it's one thing to say, oh, this is an efficient leveling method, but then there's multiple different zones at max level that have these exploration quests. Which one is the best? How do you know which one is the best? And then, like, I ran a few speed tests where I would basically run around the zone and see how fast I could do a full lap of it. And then, you would think, oh, well, is it just that simple? You just run laps around the zone, whichever one is the fastest, that's the one that you pick. But then what's additionally interesting is that, in theory, some of the zones that are like relatively small have kind of inefficient pathing around them. So it ends up being a little bit inefficient, but it's not necessarily because the zones are like really big and take a while to traverse like some of the other ones, but just because, like, for instance, let's say the turn-in point for the quest is at like this weird corner of the map, and you have to like travel like a long distance like in a straight line and then all the way back in a single straight line to actually like turn it in. Basically, point being, right, whenever you're doing traveling, you want to make a loop. So I fucked this a little bit, but as you can see with this leveling guide, right, what it wanted me to do was go to Razor Hill, then it wanted me to go over here, and then go back to Razor Hill. It's a clean loop. It cuts down on travel time. So pretty much in any game, and specifically in MMO, in order to optimize leveling, you want to try to do all of your movement in loops. You want to basically create a little circuit. So you just draw a line, and every point along that line at a reasonable distance, you are getting something done. Like a great example for that in my leveling route is like Hillsbrad Foothills. Hillsbrad Foothills is amazing for that, because if you structure it right and you do the quests in the right order, at the very end, you get this chain where it's like a perfect circle. A perfect circle of like, you just go down this circle and it's just quest. So fucking good. And, a lot of people, if they do the quests in the wrong order, they may fuck that. But if they do it in the order that I suggested... Oh, Mike? I managed to survive all that dumbass bullshit with the fucking, the Tieragard humans, and then I end up dying because I fucking get distracted and drown. That's like the most me way to die I've ever fucking seen. Gotta love it. Anyways. Oh, rip hardcore mode. Yeah, so you want to do stuff in like clean loops. And that's what, like, every MMO's leveling is all about. And that's kind of what it meant to optimize that stuff. But then what I thought about with Warhammer Online is, what if you did multiple zones at the same time? Like, what if you basically, instead of just doing, like, farming one zone over and over, you picked up the quests for, like, 3 zones that happen to be connected? Because usually a lot of the endgame zones, they're, like, in basically, they're 3 in a row. So you could basically pick up the quest for all 3 of those zones, and then was there a combination of 2 or 3 zones where if you did a complete circuit and basically zoned into the next one and then did a complete loop around, would that somehow make it faster? And in one of the cases, it did. And it was like that kind of math and testing and calculation that I was like, this is fun. Like, I love that shit. That's the stuff that I love doing with, like, World of Warcraft speedrunning. It's like finding the most optimal route and trying to figure out ways to, like, cut down on travel time to, like, make things more efficient. Like, I eat that shit up. So I had a lot of fun doing it. It was like, for me, a fun personal thing. And I'm like, this could make an interesting video. But the reality is, like, I don't really think enough people really give a shit. So, well, I think it's, like, interesting in concept. And I think it also applies to, like, World of Warcraft. I think that's one of the other important parts, like what I said about this applies to every game. And I had an entire section in there because I did, like, a rough draft of, like, what I thought the video would look like. I usually do something like that, like, basically bullet points on, like, this is what I'll talk about. And one of the things that I was going to talk about is kind of, like, why you should give a shit. Which also kind of was one of the reasons why I scrapped it, because I'm like, if I need to tell people why they should care about this, they probably aren't going to care enough to watch the video. But basically, it's like, routing like that is kind of essential to WoW speedrunning too, as I said. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. Many people do. I'm not saying nobody does. But I get a lot of messages, like, on Discord or YouTube comments. I still every now and then get, like, a YouTube comment. It's usually a suggestion I've heard before, but, like, on one of the leveling videos saying, haven't you tried X? And almost always what it boils down to is somebody's like, these quests are really efficient. And, like, I did these quests and it only took me, like, 10 minutes and I got tons of experience. Like, you should check this out. And it's, like, up in bumfuck nowhere in Felwood. And, like, sure, Felwood is, I say Felwood because that's, I would imagine, you've probably heard, if you know about WoW speedrunning, like, Felwood is probably the most notorious example of, like, a efficient zone that, like, 1 million people have suggested to during my live streams and stuff, that is just not worth including in the route. And a lot of people don't get it because I believe there was, like, a test done, I think by Bellular, and some other people have, like, replicated it too, where if you start a zone, like, at the very beginning, and you go through the entire thing and you calculate, like, how long did it take and how much experience did you get, a lot of people have said that Felwood is the most efficient XP per time spent zone out of the classic zones. The problem with Felwood is it's surrounded by dog shit, and it's nowhere near any teleport points. The closest teleport points are, like, Darkshore, Orgrimmar, Mount Hyjal. And they're roughly all equidistant, and they're all pretty fucking far from Felwood. And the issue with that is it doesn't matter how good Felwood is in terms of XP efficiency. It could be amazing, but if it takes you 5 minutes just to fly there, and during that 5 minutes you're getting 0 experience, well, you need to add that 5 minutes to how long Felwood takes. And ultimately, then you have to figure out how are you going to get back. And, a lot of times you just can't spare the teleportation. Your resources are limited. Your Hearthstone has a cooldown and stuff like that. So, it's just never been practical. And I always tell people, like, if you want to make your own speedrun route, and you want to include Felwood, by all means, go ahead. And then show me the results and say, I did this test, Felwood is faster. Like, the example I've given is Elwyn Forest. In the Alliance route that I initially made, I I don't know if I updated my original guide for it. I think I made a note of this as like a, hey, this is an option for you. But Elwynn Forest is actually efficient for the Alliance speedrun. And I think I did it in one of my runs, just like to demonstrate it. And that's because people for a while were speculating that Elwynn Forest was really efficient at parts, and they were like, you know, we should add Elwynn Forest to the route. And some people suggested that to me. And I was like, honestly, hey, I don't really give a shit about Alliance speedrunning to the point where, like, I'm not willing to go out and do rigorous testing and route speculation for that. Like, I took the knowledge that I knew, and I made the, at the time, most efficient Alliance leveling route. But there's a difference between basically testing what you know works and refining it, and going out into the Wild West of, like, unknown and just basically doing time trials and trying to just create a route out of nothing and, like, integrate it somehow into an existing route. It's fucking hard. That's why WoW speedrunning is not a walk in the park. It's not easy. It's a little bit easy when you're replicating it just, like, on your own for fun, but actually making the routes, not fucking hard. And that's what I had to do at the start of Shadowlands. Like, that took a long fucking time. So, I'm not going to go do that, especially not for the Alliance route, which I've been pretty clear about not really caring for. I'm just not a big fan of Alliance. That might change, though. I'll talk about that in a bit. But I don't really play Alliance, or I haven't historically played Alliance, so it wasn't really a focus of mine. That being said, let me I'll eat and then... Wait, no, I needed to drink. Whatever. The wrong fucking... Alright, yeah, so historically I didn't care, but somebody went out and did it, and they got a world record on Alliance with that, route, and yeah, they proved by getting a world record that, you know, they found a faster route. And so I tested it, it was right, and I updated my guide, I think. Pretty sure. I don't want to say 100%, because I might have just kind of forgotten to include the updated section about Elwynn Forest in there when I did it for the, 9.1.5 update, but I'm gonna hope that I was responsible and actually updated the Elwynn Forest section too. You know, who knows? I don't really feel like checking. But anyways, that's the other thing, right? Like, I always encourage people, like, first of all Horde stuff I have tested. Like, every time somebody asks me, like, Felwood, I've tested it. It's not faster. But I always encourage somebody, like, maybe I didn't do it properly, because it's not necessarily just, like, you know, a lot of people think that speedrunning is just taking the zones and, like, slotting them into, like, a different order. It's not even that simple, because, like, even within a zone, it's like, which quests do you skip? You know, you never do every quest in a zone, or at least you don't usually do every quest in a zone. Like, a lot of times, people ask me, like, about the stag quest in Hillsbred Foothills, and if you watch some of my speedruns, you would know sometimes I just fucking skip that quest. I abandon it. It's like, the reason I pick up the stag quest is because if you happen to get really good, like, RNG on the drop rates, while you're doing the other shit, it's like free experience, because, you know, no harm, no foul. If you already are doing the other quests, which are guaranteed to give, like, a good amount of experience, then you might as well do the stag quest. Okay. This might be problematic. I'm out of mana. I didn't intend to pull him. Holy shit. I won't fucking get off my ass. I'm gonna stop bouncing around so I don't accidentally pull shit. I'm also gonna drink this. Fuck, don't you dodge. Fuck. Oh, don't you do that to me! What the fuck? Okay. I need a fucking game plan for that. Ah! Fuck. Alright, where was I? Right. Yeah, so there's a lot of work that goes into that, so I always encourage people to, like, do their own research and whatnot. But yeah, that's the thing. Travel time is one of the biggest factors on whether or not something is efficient.
like, one of the reasons why Horde is so efficient is because of the fact that it's literally, you know, you go to Silverpine Forest, amazing zone. It's right outside Undercity. You just pop over there, boom, you're in Silverpine. And then what is the next most efficient zone? Hillsbrad, right next to it. Like, obviously, it helps that they're next to each other, but it's a reason why Horde is generally considered to be a more efficient leveling experience than Alliance, because the two best Horde zones are right next to each other. You know, they're already on their own amazing, but it's even better when you consider their proximity. So I need to focus for this. Shit. Can I burn him in time? I hope so. I mean, now I actually have mana, so I should be able to get him down. This is fucking hard, man. I'm dead. Fuck. That's annoying. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Okay. Having a potion would help. Unfortunately, I burned my only remaining potion. Fuck. I do have a plan, though, but might not work, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, leveling, yeah, travel time. I thought it was interesting just because I love theory crafting travel time, and I thought that mostly I was going to release the video and basically have it as like an interesting tidbit, like two things, right? It's like interesting and like, haha, I fucked up. There's this really broken strategy that unlocks at level 18, and I stopped on my other run at level 18. You know, stupid me kind of thing. But then I was also going to use it as like a bit of a microcosm to explain like how travel time works and basically try to say like, you know, these are lessons we can apply to World of Warcraft. But I figured that was too much effort, and like most people wouldn't watch far enough to get to, you know, the interesting bit. So I was just like, fuck it. You know, I don't want to waste time on that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is play Hunter's Mark early, so I make sure I go in with maximum mana. Then I'm going to start by getting into range. Then I need to make a macro that doesn't auto-apply Hunter's Mark, so that I can do stuff like this. So let's make another one and just remove this. And it'll be on there. I fucked that. When he gets low health, he's gonna heal. Probably? Is he just not gonna do it this time? Okay. Never mind. Well, I had a plan. My plan was gonna be the moment he stopped to cast his heal, I bandage. That was my entire plan. I don't know. It sounds much stupider when I say it like that. But I was like, yeah, you know, I'm going to take that opportunity to get in like a quick bandage and get my health back up. That's it. That's the only card I had up my sleeve. But I figured that would help. And then he just didn't fucking heal. So cool, I guess. Works out. But oh well. Free loot, I guess. And, what else? I made myself, like, a little, like, checklist of, things to talk about. So that I don't, like, get lost in the middle of a video and be like, what the fuck was I talking about? I'll probably do this for runs going forward. Just like compile a list of like talking points. I don't want to like give myself the script during these videos, but like just like, you know, feed myself like something of like, hey, here's something you can ramble about. So I don't like end up just running out of things to say. Oh yeah, so I guess minor notes. I've decided, I kind of mentioned this earlier with 9.2, but I think I glossed over it. Yeah, I don't want to like bitch and moan anymore. I said before I'm like not going to bitch about stuff. I still obviously will complain. You know, it's kind of like my forte. But, you know, I don't want to just sit here and shit on Blizzard's design decisions. Like, they've done some good stuff recently, but overall, you know, I still obviously am not thrilled with the stuff they've been doing over the past few years. But I'm not going to sit here and like just constantly complain because it doesn't help at this point. I think that's the main thing. You know, me complaining about dumb shit that Blizzard's doing isn't going to make Blizzard stop doing dumb shit at this point. So it's like, what I've decided is I'm just going to, you know, I might whine about it, especially in these videos where it's more freeform, but from a video standpoint, like, even though, ironically, it's like my video on the Mage Tower did really fucking well. And that was entirely just me whinging about how shitty the Mage Tower is. And, yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, I kind of needed to get it out of my system. Because when that happened, I was just so pissed off about the fucking Mage Tower. And I needed to complain. And I made a video just complaining. And then it ended up doing really fucking well. In terms of views, and not in terms of sentiment. I would say it's probably closer to like 70-30. But I would say the fact that so many people really didn't like that video and were very open about really not liking that video, to me basically said a lot in terms of like, yeah, I probably shouldn't do shit like this. Because while it can be fun to just sit there and like bitch and moan about something that I'm frustrated with, it's not productive, right? Like, I'd rather just basically say, you know, this thing sucks. And yeah, this thing sucks, but it's what we've got. So instead of sitting here and whinging about it, I'm just gonna make a guide on how to do it. Like I said, the new stuff in Zareth Mortis. Am I a fan of it? Fuck no. I think it's retarded. But, you know, I could make a video basically saying Zareth Mortis is fucking dog shit, or I could make a guide on how to navigate the dog shit in Zareth Mortis, because they're not going to change it, probably. So, you know, I think it would be better if I just taught people how to avoid it and taught people how to get through it. So, I'm going to try to focus more on that at this point. Really no skill point. Fuck. Oh. Back to Senjin Village we go. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to focus on going forward. More of that shit. And what else? Right, I guess it's probably time to talk about cross-faction stuff. So, in case you haven't heard, basically cross-faction grouping is going to be a thing. Alliance is now going to be able to group with Horde in most forms of content, like, you know, mythic raids and stuff like that. And I am fucking thrilled. So, I know some people thought I would be kind of indifferent, because a lot of people, like, think that I only play Horde, and while that's kind of true, it's not by choice. Like, I've been pretty clear about the fact that I don't hate the Alliance. I just play Horde because, admittedly, my favorite races are Horde. Like, I do like Blood Elf, right? Like, Blood Elf is probably my favorite race in the game. I mean, technically, I guess, what's my second favorite race? Blood Elf's really the only race I play. I guess my warrior is Panda, but, like, that's kind of not an example because, like, Pandas can literally be both factions, so it's kind of a moot point. I don't know. Like, basically every single one of my characters is a Blood Elf or... there's the Volpera, but like some people think I love Volpera because like my original speedrun was done on it, and they neglect to remember the fact that, you know, it was literally the meta at the time. The new strategy that I found involved Volpera, the racial. I have nothing against Volpera, but like I'm not a huge fan of them. Like I just have a Volpera hunter because the speedrun shit. I'm not going to delete it at this point. At this point, it's like iconic. I love my Volpera hunter just because of like the significance of it, but not a huge fan of the race as a whole in terms of like, you know, for me personally, it's just not my cup of tea. But I guess it just wants me to go do these quests. All right. It's really sticky glue for later use. I'll pass on that. Yeah, I like a lot of Alliance races. So yeah, I guess now that I think about it, it really is just Blood Elf that I like on Horde. But, I mean, Blood Elf is fun. Now I can actually do kiting shit. Hold a Scorpion. Alright. Yeah, now that I have Concussive Shot, I can do fancy kiting things. But that means I actually have to pay more attention, which I'm probably not going to do that a lot on video, just because I actually need to focus to do that, and focusing means I can't talk. Yeah, so, cross-faction stuff. I am honestly really excited, because I would say, while my favorite race may not be Alliance, the main reason that I did play Horde is just because of the population. Like, I would say my second favorite race in the game, behind Blood Elf, is actually Lightforged Draenei. I really, really like Lightforged Draenei. This is something I've talked about before. But I've said before on stream that my favorite combo for Protection Paladin is Lightforged Draenei, just because their racial is so much fucking fun. It's, in some cases, not even the best race anymore, but lining that up with Seraphim and Avenger's Wrath feels so nice. It's fun. It's a fun fucking playstyle. So, I like that. And that's like just the way that I enjoy playing Protection Paladin. So, I'm really excited because, honestly, the moment that is a thing, the only Paladin that I will ever play in Mythic Raids is my Lightforged Prop Pally. That's it. Like, fuck all of my Horde Prop Pallies. So, this has kind of made me reevaluate what I'm going to do for the next patch, because, here's the thing, right? I was actually considering playing Protection Paladin next year. It's something that I mentioned to my guild. At this point, I don't know if I will, at least initially, because it's like, why would I play Prop Pally on Horde if that means I have to play Tauren? Or at least my current Prop Pally on Horde is a Tauren. It's the one that I leveled in the final WoW speedrun. And I've been working on that, like, over time, a little bit. Been doing, like, Korthia and shit. And, like, I was planning on maybe, not 100% certain, but maybe playing that in Sepulchre of the First Ones. But while I do still have an interest in playing Prop Pally, I think it's a really fun spec. If I spend all my effort working on Prop Pally on, like, my Tauren Paladin, then basically there's no reason for me to actually play Lightforged Pally when the cross-faction stuff is enabled. Because then, at that point, my Paladin on Horde will already have so much more gear, and it would just require too much effort to catch up. Like, who cares? And I'm not gonna race change my Horde Paladin to Alliance just so I can play the thing that I slightly enjoy more. But, yeah, that means that my main focus next year is probably still going to be Brewmaster, which has been my focus for, like, the past month or two. And uh, probably whenever the cross-faction thing gets enabled, I'm going to just play the shit out of my Lightforged Pally. I'm really, really looking forward to that. But actually, the irony is at this point I have 2 Lightforged Pallies, and I don't know which one I'm going to play. So I have to pick one of them. I technically, actually, no, I have 3 Lightforged prop pallies. Yeah, I have 3 of them. One of them isn't max level, though, but I have 2 at max level. And I have a third. Which is kind of interesting, because I think I've mentioned this story before, but I've had people message me when I'm on one of my Lightforged prop pallies and be like, hey, I watched your speedrun. And I'm like, oh, that was actually on my other Lightforged prop pally, but they all have the same name, and they all look the exact same. All of my Lightforged prop pallies are named Gilliana. They're just on different servers, and I use the exact same look, the exact same transmog. I just, whenever I level a prop paladin, except for the most recent one, because that was, I needed a horde prop paladin because I didn't know they were going to do cross-faction shit. I normally, in all my previous prop pally speedruns, I did a Lightforged paladin. And my Lightforged paladin is named Gilliana, and that's not going to change even after I recreate it 2 times. Shit. But other stuff, I guess Void Elf is interesting, because, like, Void Elf, I never really cared enough. Oh, I just realized by clicking this over and over, I'm effectively just murdering my mana. Because it's spamming Hunter's Mark on them. I probably shouldn't do that. Out of water. Need to get more in town. But yeah, it's good news, honestly. I might play a Void Elf, so I guess what I should really say is there's a few races that I haven't ever really cared to level, because I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking play them. Like, the only reason I really cared about leveling Lightforged Prop Pally is just because I love it that much, that I'm like, I don't care if I'm never gonna play this character, I just enjoy playing a Lightforged Prop Pally, so I was willing to do a speedrun for it. But why would I spend any time doing, like, a speedrun or bothering to level another character? Because lately, like, a lot of my other speedruns, right, like, if you recall back to the Blood DK speedrun, I kind of mentioned on the stream that the reason that Blood DK was in the poll is because I needed to level a Blood DK. And I talked in the past about how much I hated Blood Death Knight. I still kind of do, a little bit. I've said before that Blood DK has grown on me a little, but not a lot. I went from hating it to, like, I can tolerate it. But the thing is, I need a Blood DK. As much as I hate it, it's kind of important to have as a multi-class tank. It brings a lot of utility. So my main focus going into Sepulchre is going to be Brewmaster and Blood DK. Brewmaster because, I mean, Brewmaster's good, and I really like Brewmaster. It's one of my favorite tanks. Blood DK because Blood DK is looking like it's going to be really fucking important, and it's just really overall powerful. So I am the person who volunteered to get a Blood DK going, and that's what I've been doing. I mean, hell, all of our reclears, I've been going Blood DK for Soul Render. So, you know, that is my job now. I am the resident Blood DK, whether I like it or not. But that's the thing. I knew that I was going to need to do that. I knew I wanted a Blood DK. Somebody chest today. So I basically snuck it into the poll, and I did this whole, like, oh, please don't pick Blood DK. You guys know I hate Blood DK. Please don't vote for that. I would hate that. And, in actuality, I was really hoping it would win, because I really needed to fucking level a Blood DK. So it's like, either I was going to level it in a speedrun, like I did, or I was just going to have to do, like, an extra leveling run, one for the actual thing that won the poll, and one for the Blood DK, which I had to level anyway. But thankfully, y'all took the bait and you voted for Blood DK, so I only had to do one leveling run. But, you know, it worked out because I think people enjoyed it. Lots of people got to meme on me for, you know, always shit-talking Blood DK and being like, oh, see? Do you like it any better now? And stuff like that. And it was fun, right? So it was trolling for a good cause, I guess. That's water barrel. I actually really fucking need that because I am out of mana. And yeah. But so that's the thing. A lot of my speedruns that I do are because I need something. I need a character, right? And it's like, if I'm gonna level this thing, I might as well make a speedrun out of it. So at this point, there's nothing left. There's absolutely nothing left in the category of, if I'm gonna level it, I might as well do a speedrun. I thought about, like, making this video on retail, right? Because I know people want to see me level characters in retail usually, because, you know, classic, I mean, well, I think this is, I'm enjoying myself, right? I like classic, but I'll be the first to admit, I am nowhere near as good at classic as I am at retail WoW, right? Retail WoW, I know my shit. Classic, like, I'd like to think I'm not dog shit, but not that good at classic. I have relatively limited experience with it. So this is more of just me having fun leveling in a game that I enjoy but I'm no expert at. Whereas like the retail WoW stuff, I feel like a lot of people learn or like those videos because it's both entertaining and informative. You know, this is, I guess, pure entertainment. So if you like watching me do the long speedruns and ramble about shit, which I know some people do, then you'll enjoy this video, which is why I'm making it. But the retail ones have a dual purpose to them, which I think appeals to a broader audience. And that is one of the reasons I considered actually just doing another, not necessarily speed run, but leveling run. I was going to make the clear distinction early on that, you know, it's not a speed run. It's just me casually leveling. But I thought about it. I'm like, what would I level? Like on retail? What do I need? In reality, is nothing. And the only classes that I don't have are classes that I just straight up don't play, which at this point is like, I don't have a priest at level 60. I don't have a warlock at level 60. I even have I did a mage speedrun, right? And mage, historically, is one of the classes that I played the least, but I actually went ahead and did a speedrun on that. I have all tanks, I have a hunter. Yeah. Not like I've done everything. I think the only ones I haven't done is, yeah, priest, warlock, and rogue? Yeah, priest, warlock, and rogue, because I did shaman. Definitely did shaman, so yeah, I don't think I did shaman the 60, but I did shaman as part of like it was one of the community voted speedruns that I did back in pre-patch. So I did shaman up to 50, which, you know, I don't play shaman, not something I'm terribly interested in. Sorry, shamans, nothing against you, just not for me. So I don't like rogue, once again, nothing against rogue, just not something I personally enjoy playing, so I don't want a rogue. The only class that I think I might do, just because it's something that I've been asked about before in terms of, like, I know it is a good class to level as, but I've just never done it, is Warlock, because Warlock would be interesting from the purpose of, Warlock is the only class that I've straight up never leveled as, really. I leveled a Warlock, like, halfway to 120 back in BFA. Or no, it was halfway to 110 at the time, back in Legion. So I have very, very, very minimal Warlock experience. I got up to like level 50. Level 50 back when 110 was the current cap. So I've barely played Warlock. Like, barely. And that is coming from somebody who's at various points in the game leveled up multiple characters of every other class to max level. I think, actually, Rogue I've only ever leveled up one to max level. Just never been a fan of Rogue. But I did at least level one character up. Even like Priest, which is another one that I haven't really played a lot, I've leveled like 3 Priests to max level at various points, just because Discipline has always been a spec that's like piqued my interest. Never really liked Shadow, never really cared for Holy, but I always really enjoyed Discipline. It's never been something I've like really done a deep dive into, but Discipline as a concept I always thought was really cool. So it was like the kind of thing that I just wanted to try out and see if I would enjoy, and I played it at various points in time. And it's never really, like, grabbed a hold of me, but it's interesting enough to the point where, like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I want to try this. So I leveled up a Priest a few times. Mage too. I've said this before, I talked about this in my Mage run, but Arcane is another DPS spec, which I always thought would be really fun to play. Arcane I actually have at various points, though, played a little bit, not necessarily more seriously, but, you know, put more time into. Like, done some dungeons, like low-level Mythic Plus and stuff like that, like heroic raids and stuff. Haven't played Arcane a ton to the point where, like, I'm still kind of shit at it, but I played it a little bit. And I think it's fun, so I do like Arcane. But there's just honestly no rogue spec that interests me. The only rogue spec that ever interested me was OG Combat Rogue. The moment they made it Outlaw Rogue, I just stopped playing Rogue at all. So I had one Rogue that I played, and I didn't even really love combat. It was okay, but I tried it back in WoD, and I was like, yeah, combat's like fun. I hate Assassin, I hate Sub. I don't like the whole like combo point system shit, and I don't like daggers. I liked having the swords and doing like all the fucking AoE shit, because they had a lot of AoE. It was really fun. Like with Blade Flurry, right? That's what it's called. So I liked that. And while I know Outlaw is still technically combat, the Roll the Bones shit I hate so much. I've heard that it's not necessarily meta all the time anymore, but I hate Roll the Bones so much. So I don't really think that I could play Outlaw. I tried it a bit in Legion. I actually did get to max level at the time in Legion and gave it a shot and just hated every fucking second of it. So yeah, not a fan of RNG like that. Oh boy. I think I should probably wait. Yeah, because Zalazane? No fucking way am I doing that without a pet to tank. So I should get to level 10, get my pet, and then head back over here and do this stuff. I could probably do the other quests, though. But, like, should I bother is the real question. Like, should I bother doing all those other quests? I think the answer is no. Well, we'll see. Alright. Should be able to train fishing. I'm getting distracted. Yeah, so the only class that I would ever consider doing like another speedrun on would be like Warlock, because I've never played a Warlock, and it's actually considered to be a relatively good like speedrunning class, or at this point I just like to call it speed leveling. It takes the speed running aspect out of it, and then people stop giving me shit about stuff like that. Ah, fuck it, I'll do these quests, why not? So I might do a Warlock at some point, not anytime soon though, you know, don't get your hopes up. Like I said, I already outlined my schedule going forward. If I do another speed run, like, or speed leveling run, it's gonna be a little fucking while, like, and it probably, fair warning, won't be until 9.2.5 drops, probably. Because I am honestly kind of waiting for the thing to drop so I can level some Alliance characters, because that is actually one thing that will get me to level more characters. Like, all of that was to say, the main thing that I guess is nice about the whole Alliance players can now raid is I now have a reason to level Alliance characters. Because before, it's like, why would I level an Alliance character outside of researching routes when I don't play Alliance. I can't. So I have no use for these characters that I'm leveling. Basically, every single character that I've done in an Alliance speedrun so far just rots. Because I don't do anything with it. Even the Lightforged Draenei. Like, I love Lightforged Draenei, but what the fuck am I going to do with them? Like, I can't play them in Raid. It's the only thing I really do in this game, so if I can't raid with them, then what's the point? And now, well, I can actually create characters that I enjoy and want to play because I can actually raid with them again. So I have motivation to actually level those characters. On Horde, I've created basically every single race class combo that I realistically would want. But on Alliance, yeah, there's a few that I probably haven't really explored yet. I've always, like I said, been a little bit interested in Void Elf, but never really bothered because I'm like, well, I'm not going to play it anyway. But now I can. So it opens up like a whole new world for me. Like I can try out all these different racials that I've always thought about trying, but never really could. Void Elf is the main one that interests me. So it's kind of weird because it's like, I've heard a lot about like Alliance racials. Like I've, especially from a speedrunning sense, I've thought about them all. But all of these racials that I've read about and theory crafted with have all been with the purpose of like, how can I speed up runs with this? Like Dark Iron Dwarf. This is something I've talked about in the past. Dark Iron Dwarf is the fastest race for Alliance for speed leveling because of their mole machine. So that's the kind of shit that like I look into when I'm looking into like Alliance leveling routes because it's kind of important. It changes up the route significantly. But I've never really thought about those Alliance racials except for Lightforged Draenei because it was the rare exception. From the context of what is this like to play with from like a tanking perspective in Mythic raids, which is ultimately what I like doing. And now I can think about that. So now I'm thinking about like, ooh, well, what tanks could I play? Like, you know, I've heard a lot about like the Kultiran racial, and like for the longest time I didn't even unlock Kultirans. I only did because I did a Kultiran Druid speedrun a little while ago. A lot of people were asking for that at the time, so I went out there, I unlocked Kultirans, finally, and then I did the speedrun, and I haven't touched it since. But now it's like, huh, I can actually play Kultiran. And then I'm like, well, yeah, like one of my friends was always telling me about how he tanked on a Kultiran Brewmaster, and apparently that racial's nuts on Kultiran Brewmaster. And it's like, I mean, I like Brewmaster, maybe it's worth a shot. Maybe I could play it or level a Kultiran Brewmaster and give it a shot in raid. Like, these are now options that are available to me that previously were not. Because, I mean, let's be real. I can't raid on Alliance, you know? And some people might say, oh, there exist guilds out there. But, like, yeah, I mean, what am I going to do? Just level up a ton of new characters on the faction where I have no golds, no existing characters to play on? And then find a new guild and basically just gear up all these characters from scratch? Like, it's not an option for me. Or I pay a shit ton of money to both faction change and server change, because that's another issue, right? If you want to join a guild on Alliance, or, well, if you want to join a guild on a different faction at all, you don't need to just pay the fee for transferring servers. You have to pay the fee for transferring factions, and it's fucking expensive. So that's not an option for me. If I were to play Alliance, the only way I would do it is by leveling a brand new character, which is what I've done. So, shit. Now I can actually think about that as a possibility. Think about, like, what can I do? What are my options here? So, yeah, it's interesting. And I can already use my existing characters because the pretense for cross-faction is that it's when cross-server is enabled. So, obviously, the guild I'm currently in is on Illidan, so I will need to move my characters that I'm going to be raiding on, which at this point I'll probably only move my Brewmaster and Blood DK over, just because, you know, I don't want to spend too much money. So, those are the characters that I know I'll be using, so I'll move them over. And then I can raid with those, and then when cross-faction, or Realm Mythic is enabled, then I can raid on like my other characters. And then when the faction thing is enabled, then I can raid cross-realm, cross-faction on like my Lightforged Granite Paladin, for instance. So that's cool. Tail Thrasher Egg. Oh yeah, you have to pick them up off the ground, right? Okay, so I have to grab this thing. But yeah, so I think it's great. All that to say, I'm fucking pumped. I'm very psyched about the cross-faction stuff. Very, very psyched.
I cannot carry anymore.
Fuck, I forgot quest items take up space. Is that an upgrade? That is an upgrade. Sick. Toss this. This an upgrade? Yes, it is. Alright. Which one vendors for more? Or this one vendors for more? Alright. Cleared up enough room there. What was I saying? Right, cross-faction stuff, but I think I'd finished talking about that. Pretty much said all I needed to say. What else? Okay, I thought that was a hostile NPC. I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, so I talked about, I'm looking through my list of topics. Talked about, boosting, all that stuff. Total War Warhammer 3. I will say, actually, you know what? Okay, you know what? Back to sucking, Total War Warhammer's dick real quick for a little bit. Honestly, one thing I will say about that game is I am unsure of how much I will enjoy it at launch, because, the way that it always works when they come out with one of those new versions of the game is there's always like a scenario campaign kind of at the start, where it's like you're going around with this like objective. In this case, it's like you have to save like one of the gods of the human realm of Kislev. And that's like the main campaign objective. And obviously, like anybody who has played Total War Warhammer 2 knows that the fun part of the game, at least in most people's opinion, in my opinion as well, is this mode called Mortal Empires, which is basically like more of a sandbox mode where it's just every single faction on a ginormous map, and you just have the freedom to go around and kill whoever the fuck you want, right? So it's less railroady. It's much more like open-ended for you to like kind of, you know, do whatever you want. And that is what I've always enjoyed about the game. And that is definitely what I am looking forward to. And from what I've seen, what I would say the vast majority of the community is looking forward to. But that is going to come out a few months after launch, I think they said, which is in keeping in line with what we've seen in the past. So like no surprises there. But I do have to wonder, like, early on, how much fun I'm actually going to be able to have fun with the game, just because I don't really know I'm going to terribly enjoy the new game mode. And if I don't end up enjoying it a lot, I don't know how much replayability it's going to have, just because, like, you know, if the main mechanic is shit, then it's going to be kind of a game that I end up playing, you know, a lot for the first week, and then dropping for a few months until they come out with the new mode. And then whenever they come out with the new mode, then I'll play the shit out of it. But I guess I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to turn out. I'm hoping it ends up being good. I mean, the game itself, I'm sure, will just be fun to play, but I would say there definitely is, like, the difference between current Total War Warhammer 2 is, like, a game that quite literally, you know, over the past month, I lost like a month of my life. I wouldn't say I lost, I spent a month of my life playing, and it was fucking worth it. Game is so much fun. It just drags you in and just sucks away hours of your life, and you don't regret any of it. It's that good. But, you know, honestly, I want it to be like that. I want the third game to be like, holy shit, I can't put this shit down, it's so good. Because that's what I felt like when I played the second game, but admittedly, I didn't start playing until after they released the, like the mode that I'm talking about, like the more sandbox one that I enjoy. So, I don't know. I guess I'll have to see. More just thinking out loud here. I hope it ends up going well, but I suppose there is a very real possibility that I just do not end up liking that campaign, and then I just have nothing to do, and then I just go back to, you know, making more WoW videos, which, I mean, I guess most people watching this would probably enjoy, because I would imagine most people here have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, and only really care about World of Warcraft, and are like, yeah, I hope the game sucks, so you go back to making WoW content, which, like, there'll still be WoW content, but it'll be like, you know, if I do end up really, really, really liking Warhammer 2 right off, or Warhammer 3 right off the bat, it'll end up being more like, you know, every once in a while, I'll do a WoW video, but mostly I'll probably be doing, like, Warhammer 3 videos or something, just because that's what I will, presumably, in this hypothetical situation, be enjoying more. But whatever I end up enjoying more, that is what I will make videos for. And then, so I need one more tiger fur. I haven't seen any eggs. Maybe I'm just blind, but I do not see the tail thrasher eggs on the ground. Oh, well, speak of the devil. Alright. And spot. Alright. Tail thrasher eggs, so I'm going to grab one more of these bad boys, and then I'm going to get a tiger pelt. And then I'm going to head back and vendor some stuff. Tiger over there. I think I can tame a tiger. I'll probably do that as my first pet. I know cats are pretty good. The guide I saw said that cats are a good DPS pet. But, I mean, hell, I remember that just from leveling back in the day, like when I was young, because I always had a cat pet. I remember them being really good. Alright, there's my tiger fur. What else? Oh yeah, so another thing that I may cover, and this, initially I was saying it more as like a, yes, this is something I will do. Unfortunately, this has been downgraded to a maybe. So, I hope my friends who were interested in that aren't watching. I've said before that I really like Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2 is a really good game, and it's fun. Unfortunately for Guild Wars 2, they are releasing their expansion basically right after the launch of Total War Warhammer 3. It's coming out on February 28th, and that gives me 10 days, basically, to play Total War Warhammer 3 before that expansion comes out. So that puts me in a bit of a problem, because new MMO expansions are usually pretty demanding. And I'm going to be playing a lot of Total War Warhammer 3. And guess what's also coming out around that time? 9.2, probably. I mean, at this point, I would say if you have even moderate deduction skills, you're going to figure that 9.2 will come out in late February. Mid to late February. Like, mid at the earliest, late at the latest, you know? It's coming soon. You know, the PTR is pretty close to being done. There's a reason why I'm ramping up my coverage of it. So, we're expecting 9.2 soon-ish, and that means that I am going to have to play the shit out of WoW, because as previously discussed, guess what you need to do every single day if you want to stay viable as a Mythic Raider? You need to fucking clear the map. You need to kill every single rare mob in Zareth fucking Mortis. So, admittedly, the nice thing about the way that Zareth Mortis is structured is the main reward that you get at the end of it is the legendary memory, whatever it's called, Memory of Unity. So you get Memory of Unity, and then it's account-wide unlocked. So as long as I hit Revered on one character, and I get that legendary effect of Memory of Unity, I can get my double legendary on every single character. Technically speaking, I am still going to need to do the rep grind on every single character. Kind of. Just because, obviously, you need to get Cosmic Flux. Cosmic Flux is a currency that is used to upgrade your legendaries, and it's also used for a few other things, but I won't get into detail on that. It's not super important. So I'm going to need to farm it for Cosmic Flux. I'm also going to need to farm it just because the campaign usually locks, like, important shit. I mean, for starters, you can't get access to the raid until you complete, like, what, Chapter 4, I want to say? Something around I think it's Chapter 4. So, if you can't enter the raid until then, I obviously need to complete it that far, and I might as well get to Revered to do that, and then at Exalted, you have the, all conduits get upgraded to 250 or whatever, the equivalent of the new highest item level, which I'm guessing is like 282 or something. I don't know. It's fully upgrades all your conduits. You know what I'm saying. So that's coming out. I don't know why I said that's coming out. That's a 9.2, right? And that's all on a per character basis. The farming the conduit shit. But thankfully, that is not the case for the Memory of Unity. So the really, really bad grind is going to be that memory. It's going to be getting to Revered as soon as possible by farming everything and then buying the Memory of Unity to use on your entire account. The one nice thing about that is it means that my grind effectively is toned down. So currently, I'm hoping to be able to limit myself to 2 characters. So I've been talking to, the officers and stuff and basically being like, hey, let me know if you need me to play something else. Like, initially I was going to play 3 with Prop Paladin, but at this point I think I'm just going to rule that out. Just because I want to be able to play Lightforged later on down the track. So, yeah. I should get to level 10. And I have quests over there for it, right? I think I do. Encroachment. Yeah, I should go do those. Dark Storms. I can't do that without a pet. Yeah, I can try to do some of the quests back in Razor Hill. Gonna be a lot of running. I can also head to Orgrimmar and do those. I should probably do that, honestly. Head to Orgrimmar, pick up, like, some professions and stuff. I have a decent amount of silver now, so I could probably afford it.
It is too far away.
Shit. They're all over the place. Shit. Still getting used to the whole kiting thing. I remember the general gist of it, but it's... The dead zone is definitely a little bit difficult to readjust to when you're used to playing Hunter without it. But I'm sure I'll get there. I mean, hell, I played Hunter for, like, fucking years. It's one of those things where, like, even though it's taking me time to readjust, it feels like home. Like, it may be a little bit frustrating, but it's like, I remember this. I remember this frustration. You know, it's something that I've had to experience before, and it doesn't really bother me too much. Also, I should note, probably gonna end the speedrun whenever I get my pet. That was kind of my goal going in. I was aiming for somewhere around 4 hours, and as it stands, that actually looks like it might be a pretty reasonable estimate, because I would say by the time I hit level 10 and finish those quests, 4 hours will probably be close, like 3.5 or 3:45. So that's how long this is going to be for. The nice thing about it being just an impromptu casual run is I can just, end it wherever I feel like it. And the main reason I wanted to do this, as I said, is, I'd say 3 main reasons. One, because people were asking for a run like this, and this is my way of saying, like, hey, you know, I'm not really going to do any retail speedruns right now, which is, I think is what most people are asking for. But, you know, if you enjoy the format, here's something to tide you over, because I know some people enjoy this. B, you know, kind of an apology for A, not fucking up, fucking up with not uploading the video yesterday, the Return of Reckoning one, which, you know, I'm sure it wouldn't have gotten many views, but I decided to scrap it because I just didn't think people would be interested in it. But I did say I'd be uploading on Friday, so, you know, oops. And then C, more just, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about. Like, without having frequent speedruns, I don't really have an avenue to, like, just vent my general thoughts, which means that I end up getting a lot of questions on Discord that are usually the same thing. So this is like a way of doing like a laid back FAQ, so to speak. And it's nice every once in a while to just like, just talk, you know? Can't always do that. So it's fun when I do get the chance to just like talk at the mic and stuff. Just, you know, chill out and whatnot. It's an enjoyable experience for me, personally. But yeah, okay, so, what was I saying? Guild Wars 2. Right. Yeah, so the problem with Guild Wars 2 is because of World of Warcraft probably releasing right around the same time, some people have speculated it's going to release, like, literally the week that Guild Wars 2 is releasing, which is just fucking unfortunate, honestly. It's like, no, you picked a bad time. But I don't know. I'm not even going to say that I think like WoW is technically sniping Guild Wars 2. I don't really think they give that much of a shit about Guild Wars 2. And at the same time, Guild Wars 2 also like really fucking delayed themselves. Like the expansion probably should have released by now, and it's been just constant delays. Which is like, yeah, you know, obviously make it perfect, but at a certain point, like, you can only go without content for so long. So I love the game, and at some point I will come back and play it. But I have said in the past that I was going to play the End of Dragons launch. I've even told my friends who play Guild Wars 2 that I was going to play the End of Dragons launch with them. But at this point, I just don't know if I will. I don't know if that's honestly possible for me. Because I have one thing I did tell my friends, which works out well because admittedly, pretty much like everybody that I know that plays Total War Warhammer 2 plays Guild Wars 2. Like a lot of people in my Guild Wars 2 friend group are also big fans of Total War Warhammer 2. We've done like co-op campaigns and stuff. So they know like how much I fucking love that game. And I basically said, I'm like, yo, I want to play End of Dragons with you guys. But, you know, if it ends up sniping the Total War Warhammer 3 release, it's gonna lose. I am picking Total War Warhammer 3. And they're like, yeah, you know, they get it. Now, they're like, you know, they hope it doesn't happen, but it is happening. That it is getting sniped. So, the exact same shit I warned them about, like, months ago is happening, which is unfortunate. But, technically speaking, right, like, if all I was doing is playing Total War Warhammer 3, like, for fun, and especially, it is nice that there's at least, like, a week buffer. I have, like, 1 week of being able to play Total War Warhammer 3 uninterrupted, not having to worry about Guild Wars 2. That on its own, good. In theory, I could probably get, like, most of it out of my system in that time. And then I could just play it, like, intermittently in, like, some of my free time when I feel like it. And, you know, Mythic Raids, obviously, they take priority. I'm showing up for Mythic Raids. Though I will say I did tell my guilds, I was like, you know, Thursday the 17th? I'm not there. Like, the launch day of Total War Warhammer 3, I am literally just... That is all I'm going to be doing that day. So, yeah. That is, like, the one time I'm going to miss Raid. Like I said, it's the only game that I like about as much as WoW. And, you know, I've shit-talked WoW, right? But at the end of the day, you know, I've said it before, some people think I really fucking hate WoW because I complain about a lot of the bad decisions, but the reality is that I love WoW. It's, it's probably still my favorite game, just in terms of, like, how much I play it. I can have problems with something and still love it. But that being said, a lot of my love for WoW does come from a sense of goodwill. In terms of loving a game that, at the time, right now, the game that I like the most is Total War Warhammer 2, because the developers are fucking amazing. Creative Assembly is, like, just so fucking good. It's like they do everything that I fucking wish Blizzard would do. Well, I wish they were running an MMO, because I'm sure, well, maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. Running an MMO is definitely harder than making a strategy game, but they do so much shit perfect. A lot of it really just comes down to listening to the community. Like, there's a lot of stuff where, like, if something's fucked in Total War Warhammer 2, like, if there's a bug or, like, a balance issue that a lot of people, like, have a problem with, Creative Assembly will listen to the players and fix it. And, like, they actively seek feedback and actively improve the game. And a lot of it is, like, the passion that goes into it is just clear to see. Like, they love the Warhammer universe, and they really want to, like, do it justice and just make a good fucking game. And, it shows. It really does. Whereas I think one of the issues that a lot of people unfortunately have with retail WoW is just it feels like it feels like a lot of the developers at this point just don't give a shit. They vomit out this content that nobody in their right minds could ever think is enjoyable, like Zereth Mortis. Zereth Mortis, I should come as no surprise at this point. It's fucking boring. It's not inspiring at all. It's just the most milquetoast sandbox shit that you could ever expect. Just a zone with generic quests to run around in with absolutely no inspiration at all. I mean, like, do I even need to say, like, there's water that you can walk on? Like, they put in the absolute bare minimum amount of effort designing Zereth Mortis and thinking of ways to actually make it unique. It's a boring zone with boring quests and boring objectives, but I mean, honestly, I don't really care. I've said this before. I don't really give a shit as long as it's not actively painful, like Korthia. Fuck Korthia. Or, if the raids are good. I hate Korthia, but I like Sanctum of Domination, so I continue playing the game. If they don't fuck up the raids, I'll stick around. And so far, they haven't fucked up the raids, so there's that. But it's clear that their actual passion for designing, World of Warcraft is fucking gone. That train left the station a long fucking time ago. And yeah, it's just not the case with Total War Warhammer 2. They give a shit. Everything about that game just feels just like an absolute labor of love, honestly. It is a love letter to the Warhammer Fantasy universe, to the point where I went into that game, I liked Total War as a franchise, but I knew nothing about Warhammer Fantasy. Couldn't give less of a shit about it. I went into that game and it made me love the Warhammer universe just because of how much just love was put into it, really. It was so good. It made me really interested in the world and just the setting that I took the time to look into Warhammer Fantasy, and I realized, I was like, wow, this is a really fucking cool setting. And the more that I read about Warhammer Fantasy in general, the more that I learned about how well it was adapted into Total War Warhammer 2. It's really impressive, some of the shit they were able to do. And it's amazing constantly seeing, like, the community speculating, saying, like, oh, it would be really cool if they did this, because, like, in the lore, this character can do XYZ, but that's just so outlandish, there would be no way to, like, realistically translate that into like a game mechanic. That would just be too difficult. And then like Creative Assembly pulls it off, and everybody's like fucking amazed. And it's perfectly like it's a perfect representation of what the character is like in the lore, and it works so well from a gameplay perspective. Like a good example, which I will say some people aren't a huge fan of, but one of the last DLC for the game was a character called Tarox the Brass Bull. And his entire lore is basically just about being a fucking rage-fueled juggernaut. Like, he goes around and just murders shit. There's lines in the, I think a line in the lore that a lot of people were talking about where it's like, he would just go on like endless killing sprees and just murder entire villages to the point where at the end there were like rivers of blood like flowing throughout the land and stuff like that. And, you know, the entire idea, like one of the whole things about Tarox is like, he would basically just go on these endless murder sprees for like, just days or weeks or months at a time, just non-stop killing just to please like the Chaos Gods. And a lot of people were like, you know, how are you gonna properly represent Tarox in the game? You know, a character like that. It's just like his lore is so, I guess, specific in that regard. It's difficult. And their entire mechanic about him was they basically made this new thing for Tarox where basically when the more battles he wins and the better he does like in battles, it gives him more movement range. So effectively, you are rewarded by fighting more enemies. So a lot of times, especially on the hardest difficulty, you're encouraged to like play a bit more defensively and, you know, basically hunker down in a settlement and like build up, you know, build up your economy, build up your armies and stuff like this. But with Tarox, the way that I actually played him is I basically wiped out the entire map on turn 5, which is normally when most campaigns you're getting your first army set up and conquering your first province. Like, Tarox, basically, if you're really fucking good, and I'd like to think I'm pretty fucking good, you can basically just fight endless battles with your starting army. And basically, the way you need to do it is you need to get really fucking good at just winning against impossible odds with just Tarox and, like, basically your heroes and just kind of cheesing the shit out of magic and stuff like that. And just fighting endless battles after battles after battles. And the harder the battle is that you fight, you know, eventually the rewards get better. And one of the main reasons why I would say it's like a little bit controversial, some people don't like it, is because the thing is, if you're like pretty good at the game and you manage to get past that hump of like early on, you know, Tarox has to win some pretty fucking hard battles to really get his combo going. And admittedly, if you really want, you can just play Tarox slow and then he's just stupid fucking easy because he's just insanely good at fighting. So if you play defensively, yeah, you just win, but it takes longer and it's less fun. But if you're good, you can fight these really fucking hard battles and then you just snowball like crazy. And they even have a mechanic in the game called Rivers of Blood where the more enemies you kill, it stacks up like a global debuff in the region that you kill those enemies, and it causes a permanent leadership debuff to any enemy armies that you fight within the region. It's like, it's a fairly tame I guess translation, right? You know, Rivers of Blood, it just ends up being a stacking like leadership debuff, but it's still like a cool nod to that line in the lore that so many people have been talking about, like, oh, you know, Tarox and his Rivers of Blood. And it's just stuff like that that's really cool. They always try to like dive into the lore and find like those tidbits that like everybody loves about the character. And even if it's something minor like that, they try to make sure that it's reflected in the game somehow to make it really feel like immersive, like you're actually playing that character. And it really does, because like the way that you play Tarox is so unlike basically every other lord. You know, you play the game in one way with every other faction, and Tarox, it's like, you know, fuck building, you know, settlements and stuff. Fuck having multiple armies. I'm just going to take Tarox, and with him and like 5 other units, I'm just going to swarm across the world fighting like 20 battles in one turn. It's just really different, and it reflects his like lore perfectly. It's great. And then in the new game, the one that's coming out soon, Total War Warhammer 3, Khorne is one of the new factions. And I would say Khorne is one of those where even if you don't know much about Warhammer, it's a name that has a decent amount of significance. Like, a lot of people have heard the phrase, blood for the blood gods, skulls for the skull throne. It's like, it has a wider spread in pop culture, I'd say. And Khorne is finally being added to the game as, like, his own playable faction, or rather, like, one of the champions of Khorne is. And, you know, as the lore reflects, Khorne is kind of a lot like Tarox in that way, or at least, you know, his followers are. Khorne encourages his followers to be like that. Khorne's kind of like an unknowable demigod, or whatever. I don't know exactly how to describe the Chaos Gods. They're weird. But you can't play as Khorne because he's just kind of like an unknowable, powerful entity. But you play as like this big fucking rage demon that goes around having similar mechanics of just murdering lots of people. And based on streams that I've seen early, it seems like, you know, it's really fucking effective, just about as much as it was with Tarox. So they're already doing like really cool mechanics and really cool representations of stuff in the lore in the next game. And that just makes me really excited. Honestly, I love talking about Total War Warhammer. It's such a fun game to play. And it makes me so happy seeing like a game like that where the developers actually give a shit. And I don't know, like, I don't want to knock on Blizzard too much, because like I said, they've done some good stuff recently. Obviously, they're still a long way from, you know, redeeming themselves, but they're making some baby steps, and I don't want to take that away from them. But yeah, it definitely is a breath of fresh air playing that, and, you know, talking about it. And it's like, I don't know, I wish I could make content for that. I hope I can. So that's why I'm like, and frankly, I'm not even saying, oh, you guys should watch it, right? Like, if you like Total War Warhammer 2 already, or if you plan on playing the third game when it comes out, then yeah, I guess I would encourage you to check out whatever videos I make on that, because hopefully they'd be good. I'm not going to try to throw out shit content, so I'm hoping that whatever videos I end up making for that game are going to be up to my same standard of quality, which, you know, maybe you think that my videos aren't good. I don't know, but if you're watching this, I would hope that you at least don't think they're shit. But I'm not even saying, like, you know, oh, if you're just here for WoW content, like, you should watch my other videos. No, like, if you're here for WoW, you're here for WoW. I get that. That's fine. I'm more saying this from the stance of, like, I hope that, you know, if I make Total War Warhammer 3 content, which I do plan on doing, that it's able to reach an audience and, you know, be enjoyed by an audience that, you know, also enjoys that game. So we'll see how that goes. I've been a bit hit or miss on that. It's actually, the Final Fantasy is, I put Final Fantasy in this list. That was a natural segue. But Final Fantasy was a weird situation for me, because I've talked in the past about how, like, I wanted to be able to make Final Fantasy videos, and, like, for people who, like, didn't know, like, I don't know if you were just here for WoW stuff and you, like, didn't watch any of my Final Fantasy stuff, it did pretty fucking well. Like, I actually did pretty fucking well for myself video-wise on Endwalker's launch, which, I mean, I'm happy with. Like, I was not expecting those videos to do nearly as well. Like, how much... last I checked, one of my, like, miscellaneous Final Fantasy videos almost beat my World of Warcraft leveling guide, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, the World of Warcraft leveling guide right now has 21k views, which I consider to be good. 21k views is pretty fucking good. And then one of my Final Fantasy videos is at this point 13.5k views, which I mean, now obviously the leveling guide has way surpassed it, but at the time it shot up and it was like almost about to beat my leveling guide. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, I made this Final Fantasy video. I mean, and I put effort into it. It took me, like, you know, a day of editing and research and stuff like that. But it was still only a day of editing. It was an 8-minute video. And then my leveling guide, which I spent months researching, I was like, is this Final Fantasy video about to beat my leveling guide? I wouldn't even know how to feel about that. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, be careful what you wish for, right? I'm sitting here, saying that I wish I could make Final Fantasy videos, and next thing I know, a random Final Fantasy video I make ends up overtaking the video I basically dedicated a fucking month of effort into. Thankfully, at this point, that video, the leveling guide has continued to perform exceptionally well, about as well as I expected. So I'm very happy about that. Its performance was definitely worth the amount of time I put into it. But on the topic of the Final Fantasy videos, it's almost weird because it's like, like these are the view counts on my Final Fantasy videos, okay? So to pick a random place to start, okay, here. So an easy way to make gold in Final Fantasy, 1,800 views, which is solid, but at the time it got nowhere near that. This one actually got a decent amount of views after the fact. Then, how to prep gathering jobs for Endwalker, 374 views. Not amazing. How to prep for Endwalker's launch, didn't do well, but I also unlisted it after the fact because it's kind of irrelevant now. So that was more just like a one-off video to like help people who were looking for last-second preparations. I basically suggested doing the same stuff that I was doing, and then the moment Endwalker launched, I enlisted it, so I won't count that. But then, an easy way to make gil while leveling Gathering, which while short, I do think is pretty important. 198 views, so not good. Then 3 things you should do while leveling an Endwalker, which, in my opinion, was pretty good. I mean, it was short, and I made it basically while sitting in a queue, but it actually did contain 3 very important tips for Endwalker's launch that I was doing that I had suggested to all my friends to do, because it was something that I didn't think was like very obvious, and I definitely think that was a good video. 633 views, but more importantly about all these is like they get no comments, like no interaction, right? But then out of fucking nowhere, then I'm like, kind of at this point a little bit demoralized. Like, my Final Fantasy videos just haven't been doing super well. And then the next one is how to get endgame gear in Endwalker. Fucking 13k views. So I don't know where that came from. That was definitely a bit of a weird one. I didn't expect like my Final Fantasy videos to go from literally getting 0 views and 0 interaction to like skyrocketing. And then I also uploaded 5 great ways to make gil in Endwalker, which admittedly they were good ways to make gil. I made a fucking fortune on Endwalker's launch, right? Obviously there are lots of people who made way more money than I did, but by my standards, I made a fucking fortune. Like, I made more money than I've ever fucking had in that game. But that's how, launches go, right? But step on me down. What the fuck? What are these foreign names? Okay. Interesting.
What are you looking for?
I guess I'll set this as my home. And can probably render some of this shit. I'll hold on to Malachite and Tiger's Eye, though. I'll probably need that for engineering at some point, because I do plan on leveling engineering. But yeah, one of the funny things about 5 great ways to make gil in Endwalker. So, I can say this now, because I would imagine that most of the people who left all the angry comments on my video aren't, like, regular viewers. So, if you're watching this, you're probably like one of the regular viewers of my channel. Thank you, by the way. But I got a lot of people on the 5 great ways to make gil in Endwalker video that really fucking hated me because I undercut an auction. And, this is something that I think is honestly pretty fucking hilarious because it's something that like is just a core part of MMOs. Like, undercutting is just, it's something you do, right? Like, this is just basic economics. Like, I remember, explaining this to my dad, right? Like, because I thought the whole thing was pretty funny about how many people were pissed off that I undercut an auction. And, while I was explaining it to him, my sister, who was in the other room, was like, wait, so all you do is, like, post it at a price that's a bit lower than what the, like, lowest person is selling so that it sells faster? And she was like, yeah, I do that in Animal Crossing. I don't, like, is that a problem? So my sister, who basically doesn't really play any MMORPGs, but plays Animal Crossing, basically says, I don't know much about Animal Crossing. I played it a little bit when I was a kid, but I haven't played the latest ones. But apparently in the latest Animal Crossing, there's like some market. And she says, yeah, whenever I get fruits, I put them on the market for like, just like a bit lower than the lowest price so that they sell faster. And I'm like, exactly, that's what I did. But somehow it pissed off tons of people. And I had all these comments saying, you are the reason that, or something about like, you people, like generalizing me as like me and people like me are like the problem with Final Fantasy XIV. It's you people that are ruining this game because you always undercut. And every single fucking time, I can't sell anything because it's people like you who always try to undercut. And I'm like, Jesus fuck. Like, holy crap. And they that mad about this. And apparently it's like, I undercut just a bit too much. And these people lost their fucking minds. And, I mean, admittedly, most of these comments are deleted because you would not fucking believe how hostile some of this shit got. It was fucking crazy, honestly. So some of the ones that were just genuinely saying that I was a piece of trash for undercutting, I deleted. Because, like, I mean, even though, I'm gonna be honest, I think it's fucking hilarious. I can't say that, like, in the comments of the Final Fantasy video, because, like, the people reading that, they care. I think they give a shit about that stuff. I don't understand why it's a problem, but for some reason they think that undercutting is the devil. And I'm not about to go on there and say you're fucking stupid, but holy crap. And some of them were just like, it's I don't need to read that shit, but I did try to give like level responses to some of them. And try to, like, give them, like, a 5th grade explanation of, like, basic supply and demand. And, like, the one thing that I don't understand is, like, these people seem to have this, like, warped perception of goods. Of, like, they think, like, the auction house is just, like, a vendor. And, like, you put stuff up on the vendor, and then, it gets bought. It's like, do these people not understand that there's a person buying the items that they put up for sale? That's how it works in anything. So if I put up an item, there's somebody who needs to want to buy that item. And if somebody wants to buy that item, if there's enough demand to buy that item at the price that I put it at, they'll buy that fucking item. One of the things that I heard a lot is the argument that a lot of people use when they say that undercutting is bad is that it tanks the market. It ruins the economy. Now, there's two very easy counter arguments to that. One, the economy is a fucking bubble and it's gonna burst. Like, so if you're listing something for an exorbitant price and it isn't worth that price and somebody undercuts you and the price resettles at what the undercut is, then the price was never what you listed it at. Now, if you go a long enough time with no competition, and for whatever reason, and nobody outbids you, or undercuts you or whatever, and somebody really needs what you're selling, then yeah, it's like, it's the same reason why on like low pop servers, the prices are higher. On low pop servers, there's not enough supply because there's not as many sellers. So people can get away with selling things for higher than they're generally worth because, well, there's not enough supply to meet the demand. So the price goes up. Or the alternative thing, which I always say, is why the fuck do you give a shit? Because if I'm wrong, right? Like, I post things at the price that I think they're worth. So I basically say, I think this is worth XYZ based on, the amount of time I put into it, the cost of the ingredients, the general pricing currently on the market board. I think it's worth this. I'm going to list it for this. If I am right, then it either, it fluctuates to that value, in which case, tough shit, you were living in a bubble and the bubble burst, or B, somebody buys it. and then eventually the price resettles down. But if that is the true price and I was correct, then eventually the price resettles down to that price or lower. But in the alternative case where I am wrong, right? So if these people are, correct and they think that I am wrong, what am I doing? I definitely wanted to learn engineering, but I think I've done everything I need to do here. I need to learn skinning.
What do you need?
Profession trainer, skinning. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's say that I'm wrong and that I have undervalued the item and it is worth less than I expected it to be. So I post it at a price that is considerably lower, let's say, than its actual value. Well, guess what? If that's true, somebody buys it. And if there's still enough demand and, I actually undervalued it, then people are going to continue buying it at the higher prices because there's enough supply to meet that demand at that price. What the fuck? Alright. That was weird. So I tried explaining this to people, and I tried explaining that, if you aren't overpricing this, and you genuinely, a lot of people argue that is what the price is, that is what it should be, if that is the correct price, then, well, I guess I'm the idiot, right? Because then you guys don't lose anything. All you lose is maybe a little bit of time while another buyer comes around. Because somebody buys mine first, which is the reason that I undercut it. I wanted to get my thing bought out first. And then later on, when another buyer comes around, they only have your higher price to go with. If they really want it enough, they'll buy it for that higher price. And for, in-demand items like the ones that I was selling at launch in Final Fantasy, that is usually the case. If there's enough demand, people will pay for it. So, the extreme outrage from people at me undercutting is just, it's baffling to me. Because it's why? They're literally in every situation, you still win. Unless you're trying to capitalize on a bubble in the market, right? In which case, well, guess what, motherfucker? It was going to pop at some point. So, if they want to be mad at me for popping a bubble in the economic, Final Fantasy shit, I don't know what the right word for it is, you know what I'm talking about, then, okay. But, I think that's stupid, And at the end of the day, the main reason that I undercut, and I think it's pretty straightforward, a lot of people basically... what I've seen a lot of times is people saying that I am stupid for undercutting because I'm losing gold. I don't give a shit. A lot of people are you could be making more gold if you, or Gil in that case, if you just waited. And not really. That's just not how it works. Because, I've played MMOs long enough to know that, while, yes, it is entirely possible that, you sit there and you wait, and you sell something for a higher price, and then eventually it sells, boom, you make a lot of gold. Sure. A lot of times, I just don't really care. I've been very clear in the past about the fact that I am not a Scrooge McDuck type who just hoards infinite amounts of gil or gold, whatever, and just sits there on my pile of money going, ha ha ha, look how much gil I have. Peasant, I can afford a large house in Shirogane, and you can't even buy a small house in the Goblet. Ha 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 ha, you're so poor. I don't give a fucking shit about that. That's not why I play games. It's, if I'm playing Final Fantasy, what am I going to do with my gil? What I'm going to do with my gil is when I need to get crafting gear for raid, if I don't feel like farming something, I'm going to spend gil to buy that ingredient so I can get my crafting gear for raid. Or if I don't feel like farming stuff and my friend needs a set, I'll shell out some money and just craft my friend a set of crafted gear so that I can raid with them. That's the only thing that I give a shit about doing in Final Fantasy XIV in terms of what I can spend gil on. Like I've said before, I love Final Fantasy XIV's single player story, but I don't need to spend any gil on that. It's just single player experience. So the only thing in the game that I actually need money for is raid consumables and crafted gear. And I made more than enough on Endwalker's launch to last me for the entirety of the expansion. on crafted gear materials and like raid consumables. More than enough. So, like, I don't give a shit. So to me, I care more about guaranteeing a sale, even if it's for a lower price, by undercutting by a little bit. It's like the same shit in WoW. Like, I remember an example, I can't remember if I've talked about this on stream, but I did a similar thing at the start of BFA. Shadowlands, not so much, but that's also because start of Shadowlands, if you recall, I was running a guild, and I also had this whole thing, like the speedrunning thing going on, you know, with YouTube. You may have heard of it. So that consumed a lot of my time at the start of Shadowlands. But in BFA, when, you know, I wasn't doing any of that, I had more free time. And I spent that free time making gold. And specifically what I did is I found a spot, which later on, I think it's probably well known at this point. But at the time at BFA launch, like day one, nobody knew about it, but I found it. I think it was Winter's Kiss, whatever that node in Drustvar, the herbalism one. But I found this like little farming route in Drustvar, like up in the mountains, that was like insane for Winter's Kiss. I'm just gonna call it that because I think that's what it's called, and you know what I'm talking about if you played BFA. If not, whatever. So I found an insane farming spot for that, and I grinded the shit out of that, and I got so many herbs. And then I turned that into Darkmoon Deck Fathoms, because I had been doing research, because, you know, I always do research on my specs before raid, and I had noticed that a lot of the early sims were showing that Darkmoon Deck Fathoms was, like, insanely good for every single spec. And I'm like, okay, well, if a Darkmoon deck ends up being BIS, like, not even just pre-BIS, but BIS, for, you know, the next raid, then this thing could sell for a fucking fortune. So what I started doing was just farming up materials, and then very early on when people were trying to get like their gear to get into dungeons, because it's like, you know, to get into mythics and stuff, you needed a decent item level, right? So one of the best ways to pad your item level is by getting crafted gear. So what a lot of people were doing around this time, I need to pick up my quest for the hunter pet. I think I get that here at level 10, right? Yep.
What do you need?
Taming the beast. Tame a dire model boar. Alright. Can I train anything? Yes. Serpent sting. Okay, it automatically upgrades. And then I got aspect of the hawk. Should put track humanoids on too. And what did I train? I should probably have bought a skinning knife, huh? That was pretty fucking stupid. Why didn't I do that? Oh well. I should, like, the trade goods vendor should have one here still. We'll see. Anyways, so yeah, start of BFA. I made, like, I want to say, like, in total 3 million gold, which, like, to be fair, rookie numbers by a lot of people's standards. Like, in total, I've probably made more than 3 million gold by carries, though I will say the most gold I ever had at one time ended up being, during that point, I had like 2.6 mil on me at one time, which was the most I've ever seen on my character at one time, because the thing is, for some reason in Final Fantasy I'm pretty good at saving money, but it's also because in Final Fantasy there's not much to spend it on. But in World of Warcraft, I have a nasty habit of, like, spending whatever money I make, like, really fucking early. So, I make a lot of gold in this game, usually, but I never sit on it. I'm really fucking bad at saving money. So, the most money I've ever had at one time was that time in BFA. And I made something in the realm of, like, 3.5, but I started spending it fairly early. That time, though, I did have a good reason, because I was basically, the main thing, obviously, that I ended up spending all that money on was BOEs, right? Because like I said before, what am I going to spend money on in a game? It's going to be on the thing that I enjoy. And what do I enjoy? Raiding. So I bought BOEs, early on, World Drop BOEs, that were really good in Sims and stuff. I made myself a Darkmoon Deck Fathoms, which was basically like taking 200k out of my profits or whatever it was selling for at the time. And then I also bought, there was like a double haste ring, I think it was, that was like really good. And then some other like BOE, I forget exactly what it was. Taming the Beast. What does it want me to do this time? Taming the Beast. Tame a surf crawler. Right. What? Oh, the nerf. What is it? Oh, I need to. I forgot about that. Can I? Whew. Nice. Yeah, I have to go down to the beach and get a surf crawler. Yeah, so I made like a pretty fucking large amount of money, but the thing was, I remember getting, literally getting like threats. I mean, I say threats just because the dude was like really fucking angry and he was just calling me a lot of words. I mean, he wasn't like saying, I'm gonna go to your house IRL or whatever, but I had a few people basically message me and say, you know, hey, fuck off, or something like that. But one dude literally messaged me, like, hopped on his alt and, like, sent me anonymously, like, a bunch of stuff telling me to, like, kill myself and stuff like that. Because I was basically destroying the Darkmoon Deck Fathoms market. And so I did that intentionally, kind of. I sold a lot for what I thought was a reasonable price. You know, I like to do that. I don't like to fuck people over. So I sold a lot for still an expensive as fuck price, because Darkmoon Deck Fathoms, at the end of the day, Darkmoon decks in general were pretty expensive, but like it's still, you know, it was in demand, so the supply was much lower than the other decks. So it was still something where, you know, reasonably speaking, I could charge a pretty high price because it was in demand. But oh, so it has to be a big surf crawler. I'm guessing they're further up shore. But yeah, so I sold them for a pretty fair amount. I think, like I said, it was like 200k, 250k a pop, something around there. But one of the other things I did is, in order to fund a lot of my Darkmoon Deck Fathoms, I would basically gather the cards by trading. Which it was actually, I don't know if people still do that, but I remember at the start of BFA, it was like a really big thing. A lot of people like really got into it, where you would basically craft your cards and then people would post in trade, like have or want to trade, then they would list their cards for, and then their cards. So I posted want to trade whatever cards I had for any Darkmoon Deck Fathoms card. And, you know, in a way, it could be considered a little bit shitty, right? Because the thing is, each Darkmoon Deck Fathoms card, right, was worth like 5 times the price of the others. Maybe not like 3 times, something like that. So effectively, I was tripling the value of my cards by like generating the healer ones and then trading them for the Darkmoon Deck Fathoms one. But at the same time, you know, a lot of these people, they didn't want to sit there, post their cards in the market board, have them be undercut, then have to repost it and finally get a sale, only to, you know, then like have to save up enough money to buy the rest of their cards. They just wanted to get their trinket from Mythic Dungeons and be on with their way. So they were just like, fuck it, you know, I'll trade. So I got a lot of Darkmoon Deck Fathoms cards like that, and that's how I put together a lot of my decks. And because I did that, whereas most people didn't, so there was not that much competition, because I would say the vast majority of people were only able to sell 2 at a time. Somebody tried to undercut me, I would just fucking flood the market. So I had on me like 10 Darkmoon Deck Fathoms, and especially towards the ends, when at that point I had already made more money than I needed. I could afford every single BOE that I was trying to get. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking ran that market into the ground. And I did it all because that one dude messaged me and told me that I was a piece of shit to go kill myself for taking the market. So I just kept lowering the price, and we drove that market into the fucking dirt on my server, and every single time I undercut him, he would hop over to his alt and message me, and he'd be like, fuck yourself. Then he'd undercut me too. But, like, at that point, I didn't give a shit about the gold. I was just laughing my ass off because this dude was having a fucking meltdown over the fucking auction house. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I was kind of an asshole there. But at the same time, like, I don't fucking get it. Like, I don't get having such a fucking aneurysm over an undercut. Like, there's two ways to do it. You either undercut back, or you just say, well, this guy's going to lose money. And I do that sometimes. Like, when I'm playing the market in Final Fantasy XIV, because admittedly, in WoW, I'm not really big on the auction house anymore. Like, I might do it a little bit in Classic. I feel like Classic still has, like, a better economy. I don't know about this, but when I played original WoW Classic, I did a lot of stuff. I sold a lot of stuff in the auction house. I thought it was fun. But retail WoW at this point is just, there's too many bots, man. Like, it's so fucking inflated. You can't really sell anything. The only thing that you can really sell is legendary items, like the base pieces, for like a really good profit. You can some other stuff, but the way I see it, it's like the only thing that you can sell on retail WoW at this point that would make you more money than just selling a fucking carry, which, you know, I can do, so it's like, why bother, is the legendary base item pieces. Like, they actually make you a solid profit. But they require such an insane amount of capital to actually invest in them. I'm just not gonna fucking bother. Like, it's not worth the effort for me. So, you know, at this point, yeah, oh yeah, I forgot. Just like last time, I forgot that fucking does this. Whatever. Yeah, so, you know, in WoW Classic, I can, like, farm some ore and sell it for a reasonable price, or at least I could. I made a fucking killing in original WoW Classic selling, whatchamacallit, Mithril? No, not Mithril, Thorium. Right, Thorium. I made a fucking killing off Thorium. I got a ton in Winterspring. And, I made a lot off fishing. Fishing, surprisingly, you know, it seems easy, but especially in WoW Classic, like, the real money making is at what's it called? This place. I forget the name. Bay of Storms, I think. All I know is that I spent a ton of time there, and I had my full fucking fishing set. I had the aqua dynamic attractors, and I would sit there, like, usually while I'm doing homework, I'd have like WoW on the second monitor, just, you know, casually fishing, and it was nice. Like, honestly, it was a pretty relaxing, like, thing to do on the side. And it was cool because, like, you know, I made a shit ton of money off it because a lot of people don't like fishing. Speaking of fishing, I actually should say I made a Final Fantasy fishing guide. Like, I really do like fishing, even in Final Fantasy fishing is actually kind of sick. Even more so than WoW fishing. But yeah, I was talking about Final Fantasy stuff earlier, and I forgot to mention that because that actually did really fucking well. Considering, like, I made a 53-minute long guide for Final Fantasy fishing, which sounds like the most boring fucking thing you can imagine, but it has 6,300 views. Like, honestly, I'm happy with that, because, like, I put a lot of fucking work into that video, and that was one of those where, like, I said before that, like, I have to either think that there's actually going to be, like, enough people watching it, or if it's something that I really enjoy. That video did not meet category A. That video was firmly in the section of, I just want to make it because I like fishing and I feel like talking about fishing. So I just really wanted to make a fishing guide, and somehow it did well. I don't know how. Like, I'm genuinely amazed that enough people actually gave enough of a shit about fishing to watch my guide. But, you know, I'm really happy. It's actually received an insane amount of likes. It has a 99.4% like to dislike ratio, which is fucking bonkers. And I'm really happy because, like I said, I put a lot of work into that video. And maybe it shows, because, like, maybe it's like, I made that video purely just because I love Final Fantasy fishing, and I just wanted to make a video about it. So, yeah, I'm glad it did well. Did not expect it to do that well, but I'm definitely happy about it. But that's the thing, like, in WoW Classic, you know, it may not be as, like, fun as, like, Final Fantasy fishing, but it's still fun. I like fishing. Yeah, I'm weird that way, right? But, I made a ton of gold off that, and it was fun, because it felt like it wasn't, like, an oversaturated market. But, like, in the age of fishing bots, especially in retail, or everything bots in retail, it just, I have no interest in actually playing the market. It's just not fun to me. I don't see how it's worth my time compared to selling carries. Like, in Classic, carries they exist, but they're like a less big thing, because reality is, like, the end-all be-all of Classic is not, you know, doing content or getting through content, right? It's just the experience. Whereas in retail, it literally is just the content. That's it. So, carries are more important. Alright, so that means I can tame pets now? I think? Oh, shit. I keep forgetting that. Well, at least this time they helped me out. Let me check the trainer, or pet trainer. I think I need to actually bring a pet here, right? Oh, no. So I guess that just naturally goes on to whatever pet I get. Learned Growl. Well, Growl is going to be useful, so that's good. Well, I did say I was going to go until I got a pet. So I've unlocked pet training, but I haven't actually finished the other stuff. So I'm going to go back down to Senjin Village, and I'm going to get myself a tiger, because, well, I think tigers are cool. And I need a pet in the cat family, so, you know, that fits the bill. And then I'm going to do the Zalazane quests, because I'll already have been there. And then, I guess after the Zalazane quests, that's where the video ends. Anyways, yeah, so, Final Fantasy stuff, like I was saying, yeah, so, I went into that whole long rant about undercutting, didn't I? I really went off topic with that one, but, you know, I think it was worth it. That was a weird experience. Fuck. But anyways, yeah, so that's how my Final Fantasy stuff went. But honestly, I kind of just stopped making Final Fantasy videos, more just because it was like... So the thing with Final Fantasy vids is, I'm going to be honest, my standard of quality was a little bit lower, just because I didn't know what people wanted for a Final Fantasy video, right? So, like, in World of Warcraft, I already know what people want and what people expect from me. So I can make videos that are targeted exactly at what people expect. And, you know, I have a bar of quality that I'm like, you know, this is what people want. But in Final Fantasy, I have no fucking clue, or I had no fucking clue, what kind of content do people want to see? Because I had tried a few different things and they hadn't worked. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to try different shit. So I made the guild making guide. I made the explanation on how to get gear, which is, like, honestly fairly mundane by the stuff I like to cover. I've said before that a lot of the guides that I like to make guides and stuff where you can't just open up Wowhead and figure it out yourself, is the terms that I think I've used. And for WoW, that's the bar that I draw, or the line that I draw. I also do, like, I have a certain level of, like, video quality that I like to put in effort, right? But in terms of, like, information, I don't want you to just be able to open up Wowhead and get the exact same info as my video. Like, I've watched some videos of, like, the 9.2 double legendary stuff, and it's like, I'm like, there's a Wowhead article about this. Like, why the fuck do I need your video? Like, the stuff explaining the basics of, if you didn't know, in 9.2, there'll be a legendary called Unity, which will change based on your covenant. And you can put it on any slot, and it allows you to have 2 legendaries active at once. It's like, yeah, we all got that memo, like, months ago, you know? Like, the interesting stuff about double legendaries is, like, how much does it cost? You know, how do you get the currency to upgrade it? What do you have to farm? What is the most efficient way to get that currency? Because That's something that none of the fucking websites talk about. They tell you what you need, they don't tell you how to get it. Or they give you like a general list of activities. I love when Wowhead does that. It's like, here's how you can get this currency. And they list like every fucking source in the game that drops it. It's like, well, that's great. Which one should I do? Because there's a big difference between like, you know, doing one thing to farm a source of currency and doing another, like Cosmic Flux. I'm obviously going to cover that, but I can tell you right now, there are good ways to farm Cosmic Flux, and there's some fucking bad ways. So we'll cover that. That's something that I'm going to cover. And I always like to back up what I do with math, because I don't like to just say, I recommend doing this. Like, wow, it's always like, we recommend farming blah. I like to test it all. I like to give you the numbers. I like to say, I farmed this for X amount of time, and I got this much. This is the rate per hour, and I did it for all these different sources. This is what I recommend doing based on the math, based on the data. That's how I do my speedruns. That's how I like to do my preparation for new patches. So that's what I'm going to be covering, and that's how I'm going to be doing it. So I want to give you an angle and a set of information that you haven't seen before. That's what I like doing for my video. But admittedly, for the Final Fantasy one, that wasn't the case. I mean, there is no Wowhead for Final Fantasy. So it's like the information admittedly is less readily accessible in the sense that, like, you know, I guess you would have to do a little bit of deeper digging to like find some of the stuff that I covered. But like, for instance, the video that I got 13K views on, I'm going to be honest, it wasn't anything special. Like, here's what I did to research for it, right? First off, it was going over all the different ways to get gear in Walker. That was as simple as, I should probably skin these. It was as simple as going through the loot tables, and Final Fantasy has an open database that you can search through every slot and jotting down any significant sources. Basically, if it was not in, like, I did every single major bracket. So I did crafted gear. How do you get crafted gear? A brief thing on that. Then I did like like all the dungeons and stuff like that. You know, what item level they dropped, what raids drop, and then what I did is for the latter section of the video, I basically extrapolated. So I took data from previous expansions and previous patches, and I basically said, judging by history, we've seen 2 expansions in a row now where this has been the trend of the item level increasing by this amount, and we can see that the trend has persisted in this expansion based on the increase in item level from like crafted gear to dungeons and stuff. So if that part of the trend is the same, then we can reasonably assume that the trend for raid item level gear and like the equivalent of Valor gear, right, in Final Fantasy, we can assume that it's going to have a relatively similar item level. How do I do this again? No, I don't want to do that. How do I feed you? How do I can't feed my pet. I think I need to train how to feed him. Well, worst case scenario, I have to tame another tiger before I leave. You know, if that happens, sucks. But we're gonna move over to this island and start killing shit. But yeah, so in that video, all I did was basically a basic research with, like, you know, just analyzing all the loot tables available in the game, and then basically comparing the current data to previous data. Pretty simple shit, really. And a lot of people watched it, so that's good, right? But I don't know. I just, it's the kind of video that, like, I almost hope doesn't do well. That makes sense, because, like, I don't want to do those types of videos. I don't want to do the types of videos where I'm just basically reading off basic information that anybody could look into. Because at that point, it's boring. Like, I like to do my own research. I like to find interesting stuff and be like, ah, I didn't know this before, and then share it with people, and then they can be like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know it before either. Like, that's cool for me. I like that. Like, that's the fun part of my leveling guides. I get to do my own research and then share that research with other people. But doing basic ass, like, Google searches is not nearly as interesting. But then it ends up getting, like, shit tons of views. That's kind of why I said earlier I was, like, worried that the, whatchamacallit, that video would end up beating my leveling guide. Because I'm like, God forbid the thing that I spent, like, tons of time, you know, practicing and doing research on and stuff ends up doing worse than this, like, guide that I put together in, like, a day. And, like, the fishing guide, admittedly, is a different story. Because the fishing guide, like I said, that thing was a labor of love. That, I put a lot of fucking work into. And a lot of that was personal research. Like, a lot of that was, like, I went out and I grinded that shit. So, fishing guide, put a lot of work into. Definitely proud of that one. But the other video, I wasn't. So, I am glad the fishing video is at least doing well. And same with the gill making guide video. All those methods were ones that I discovered on my own and ended up using. I mean, some of them were obvious, right? Like, I think one of the methods was, like, sell crafted gear. But, like, I specifically outlined some of the pieces that I had been selling that I had had a lot of success with and stuff like that. So, you know, it was kind of obvious, but it was, like, also some of, like, the market tips I figured out that had gotten me a decent amount of sales. But some of the farming spots that I showed, I think were pretty good. What I tried to do with that is I tried to split it up into, like, an equal amount of gathering and crafting. So it was like, you know, there's some ways to make money if you're really good at crafting, and some ways to make money if you're really good at gathering. And then I think, yeah, I had one method on there that didn't require either. That was bicolor gemstones, which bicolor gemstones is definitely wasn't, like, my idea per se, but it's, like, something that a lot of people don't think of. And then I contributed to that discussion by basically going through and researching the prices, right? So I was like, you know, everybody knows that you can, or most people know that you can use bicolored gemstones to get crafted materials, but then it's like, it's not as simple as just doing that. You need to look up what's worth what is the cheap thing to buy with bicolored gemstones, what can you, like, you know, make a huge profit off, that kind of thing. That's just a voodoo troll. So I did a lot of work on that video too. And that one did well, even if a lot of people did tell me I'm a piece of shit, so I guess that's good. Let's, I'm worried a little bit because it's... While I think I should be fine here, I also know that if I fuck up and die, I'm gonna lose so much time. So I really don't want to fuck up and die. And I'll admit, I'm a little bit nervous that, like, I can't feed my pet. I didn't really account for that. I kind of forgot that it's like, you have to learn how to feed it. Like, I've been saving up all that chunks of boar meat for when I eventually have to feed it, but I forgot about a little detail. Do I have growl on? I guess I have to, Pet. Oh! I learned how to... I have to actually teach the pet growl. Wait, why the fuck do I have cower on? Yeah, no, I don't want that on. That's the opposite of what I want my pet to do. I want it to generate threat. I mean, I could take Zalzane easy, but, like, at the same time, I also really want to get both that water barrel. There, pull the second one. Nice. Heck of aggro. Even if it's only for a second, still gives me a chance to do this. Nice. Whew, okay. And, let me see what else I can fit into this run before it ends. What other talking points? Oh boy. Oh boy. Next topic's gonna be a lot of whinging, isn't it? Okay, so I'll skip past that. If anything, I'll end on that note. So I guess quick update on something. So I mentioned before that my cat Mittens has cancer. So I think I talked about that. It was like, I think we found out like about 2 months ago. Was that when I made the post? 2-3 months ago is when I talked about it the first time. And I mean, she still has cancer, obviously. It doesn't just magically go away. But the main thing is I made it sound bad in my initial post because the fucking veterinarian made it sound bad in her initial diagnosis. Which I'm not too happy about. Because, like, that was fucking rough, man. Yeah, obviously, you know, I love my cat, and I don't want to lose her. But, the way that the veterinarian, said it basically was like, you know, you're gonna lose your cat any day now. Not literally that. But they were a bit off the mark. And that was a bit fucking annoying. Especially because, you know, I don't like to see my dad cry, and you know, one of the few things that's like able to make my dad like cry is, you know, potentially losing a pet. So when my like dad got the call from the vet, he like kind of freaked out. He was like really upset. That fucking sucked. It was all because the vet was a fucking idiot. And I even thought that at the time. I'm like, look, you know, we all knew that she wasn't like doing great. Or in the sense that like she had health issues. But like she was not, or is not, because she's not dead. Right? She is not like about to die. Like she's still her own self, Mittens. Like, you know, she's around. She's kicking. So like for the vet to be so obviously off the mark kind of pissed me off. Like I think I would know if my own cat was like on death's door. And then, of course, the vet kind of, like, rolled back her statement a little bit. And then my dad took her to another vet who was like, yeah, obviously she has cancer, but it's definitely not that bad. And then they said they figured they could do an operation on her. And they managed to get the tumor out. So that's good. That is definitely good news. So, unfortunately, you know, now she has like a little scar and like part of her fur is, you know, gone, but you know, better than having a tumor. That's for goddamn sure. What isn't good is that she still sometimes tries to pick at it, which I hate. I keep telling my dad, like, we need to, you know, make her wear the cone of shame, even though, you know, like I know my dad loves to call it the cone of shame because, you know, obviously that, you know, animals hate having to wear it, but there's a reason that they have to wear those big, like, derpy cones in their heads after they have surgery. It's for their own good, so they don't pick at their fucking stuff. But despite my insistence, my dad's like, nah, it's fine, she'll be fine. So no big cone for Mittens, but all things considered, she's doing well. There's obviously a chance that, like, it's spread. Like, you know, the vet doesn't know, like, how bad it is, and it's impossible to tell at this stage if, like, the cancer spread, like, outside of that one section that he managed to remove. But, regardless, I mean, whether or not it did spread, like, this buys her a decent amount of time, or should buy her a decent amount of time, so that's fucking good news. Definitely needed some good news, and that is definitely it. So, something good. Yay. Did want to give an update on that because I know that I mentioned before that you know, my cat had cancer, and I think I canceled the stream for it. It's been a while. I forget exactly what happened. All I know is yeah, it took a while. Holy shit, I forgot. I skipped right past the streaming bullet point here. I missed that. Yeah, I never talked about why I quit streaming. Well, at least I never really talked about why I quit streaming. And that's, yeah, something that I get a lot of questions about. So, about streaming. The reason I stopped streaming, this is what I've said, you know, a few times, but, you know, just to reiterate, is just that, honestly, it reached a point where it's just not worth my time. Like, I like streaming. Streaming's fun, but it's stressful, right? And definitely the most stressful part about streaming, I've said this before, is the idea that, like, nobody's watching. And now, I remember saying for a while to people, like, on stream and stuff, that I would, is it that the cat can't eat this food? No, I think I just can't feed the cat. Can the cat eat bread? Can you eat bread? No. Yeah, I guess it's just, yeah, I think I need to learn feed pet. Oh well. What else do I need? Die/unstuck to get to Sinjin Village. Fuck it. Wait, unstuck? I guess they removed that, huh? Take the res sickness? Shh. Well, if the guide says so. Take me, death! I was expecting them to auto me to death. Okay, there we go. That's what I was expecting. Yeah. Yeah. Kill me! Haha! Oh, part of my master plan. Come on. Alright. Oh yeah. I forgot, you don't even get res sickness. How do I call my pet? Call pet. There we go.
How you doing, man?
I remember faintly glowing skull being good. Yeah.
Seeing ya.
Veiled grips. Cool. Music here always slaps. And I mean, I'll have to come back here at some point to buy my mount. I heard they reduced the cost, but I don't know what they reduced the cost to.
How are ya?
Can vendor some shit. I should keep the long bow staff. I have so many expenses as a hunter. I'll keep ruin leather scraps. Alright.
Be seeing ya.
Do I have any other quests to turn in? Conscript of the Horde? I guess. Where's it want me to go to next? I already did that. Okay. Grind your way back to Razor Hill. Right? At this point, I should probably just go to Orgrimmar, honestly. Okay, so... Yeah. Streaming, yeah, I think that covers it. I mean, I don't want to talk about it too much. I did want to mention it because people have asked me if I'm going to stream again. So, main thing with streaming is I'm not going to stream to an empty audience. Plain and simple. Like, I know... there definitely were a few people that still showed up. I'm not going to say it was nobody, though. Later on in the stream, it definitely did sometimes dwindle down to, like, 2 viewers, which, like, sometimes I'm not even sure if it's a glitch or not. Later on in streams, the longer it goes, especially if it was, like, a game that, like, people weren't terribly interested in. Like, WoW streams never had a problem. WoW streams are always fine, but I don't always want to stream WoW. So I guess if I'm going to stream again, maybe it would just be WoW. But then it would be an informal thing. We'd go back to, like, how it used to be, where it's like, if I have something to stream for WoW, I stream WoW, because that seems to be the only thing that, like, really gets views. So, alright. But, I can't do regular streaming if I'm not going to have enough viewers. So, what I'll say now is I like streaming, but 2 things. 1, the amount of time that it takes to stream is actually significant, because A, streaming is exhausting, right? Streaming takes a lot of fucking effort, like, mentally. Every day after I stream, I'm dead for hours after the fact. So, it takes a lot out of me, meaning that that's time that I can't be spending on something else. Now, it also takes a while to actually do the stream. So, a long video like this, like, you know, if this was a stream, the nice thing is, after this video, I'm not going to be dead tired. And you might be wondering, well, what's the difference between 4 hours on a video or 4 hours on a stream? The difference is anxiety. So I have extremely bad anxiety. For whatever reason, I don't know why, but I can just shut that off if it's like a recording thing like this. If I'm just talking to the microphone, it doesn't fucking matter. I do not care. So... doesn't bother me at all. But if it's a stream and I'm actively streaming in front of people and I know that people are watching, even though, like, I know that people are watching this, right? It's different. And I have to actively respond to people and I have to actively do stuff. And I like it. Like, I like it in a different way. It's like, it's cool getting to talk to people. I enjoy that aspect of it. And that's why I push through the immense amount of stress and anxiety that I feel every time I stream. But I feel that every time, and it's rough. It's really fucking rough. So, what are those? Revive pet. Right. So, I feed you this. Do I just... do I just keep throwing food at it? And then eventually it works? Do you only eat meat? You picky fucker. Ugh.
Strength and honor. Go with honor.
See, my cat isn't picky. Yeah, oh, there we go. Like, IRL, like, my cat Finn, I swear that motherfucker will eat anything. That fucking cat eats everything. Like, it doesn't matter. As long as he thinks it's edible, he'll fucking try to stick it in his mouth. So, no, I think it's a little bit unrealistic that, like, the cats only eat, like, the finest of meat. Like, no. Like, my cat gets fed, right? Like, he gets good food. But then he's like, that's not enough. No, I'm going to sit around and scrounge for scraps all day. That's like basically all he does. And the only reason he's not fat is because he's constantly trying to jump around and climb on shit. So he's basically always getting a workout. In fact, speaking of jumping on shit, my dad sent me a picture the other day. Apparently, my stepmom, in the middle of one of her client meetings, Finn jumped onto her computer and hit the button, which apparently she has a button on her computer that turns on airplane mode. So in the middle of one of her client meetings, she's a therapist, by the way. The cat turned on airplane mode and disconnected her from her client, which is like, oh, fuck. That cat is always trying to cause trouble. Like, it's just... he always fucking manages it. Also, where's engineering? Oh yeah, I I already learned engineering. What am I doing? I have a fucking... Right there. Right, what am I talking about? So yeah. He's something else. Can I... Where's the fucking meat? What am I gonna name this cat, anyway? It's definitely not Finn. Because like I said, Finn eats whatever the fuck he wants. We'll go with Lexi. Yeah, you're Lexi now. That's my other cat. That's the reason that I have deep claw marks on my hand right now. Because unfortunately, Miss Lexi is not good at holding her balance. So, I was petting Lexi, and she was sitting on a little... like, my dad has these, like, little perches for her, right? So she was sitting on her little perch, and I was petting her. And Lexi does this thing when she's getting pet where she, like, convulses like a cat possessed. And she just, like, convulses and, like, rubs all over, like, your arm. So when she does this, she sometimes doesn't really, like, pay attention to what she's doing, especially if she's, like, you know, on a perch. So, while I was petting her, while she was doing that... Is there any meat here? I need to find a meat vendor.
Strength and honor. Be safe.
Maybe I'll just go out and farm my own meat. I'll head back to Razor Hill. So, you know, that's probably where I'll end it. Because I need more meat. Yeah, so she's like rubbing around, rubbing against my hand, and then she's not paying attention, so she accidentally rolls off her perch. And then, before I can even react, she just flails her paws out wildly, trying to latch on to the first thing possible. One of her paws latched onto, like, the little carpentry we have, because, like, her perch is carpeted. So it latched onto the carpet. The other claw latched on firmly to my left hand. So, yeah. Hurt like fucking hell. That was actually really fucking bad. Because, like, she wasn't even, like, scratching me, right? She was, like, clinging on to dear life. So she, like, sunk her claws into my hand to, like, hold on for dear life because she was fucking falling. So, like, I can't be mad at her because, like, you know, even though it was pretty stupid, you know, she was just trying to hold herself up, but hurt like a bitch. So, I couldn't use, like, half of my fingers on my left hand for a while, because, like, I had to fucking wrap the whole fucking thing in Band-Aids. But, it's, like, at least usable now, but fucking scabbed up to hell. Definitely, it stung really bad for a while. But, oh well. That's the problem with Lexi. She's unpredictable. And that's not to say that she hasn't scratched me just straight up before. Sometimes, like, you know, she's in a shitty mood and she goes for blood. She doesn't even just do it to me, like, she'll do it to the other cats too. Like, every once in a while, you know, like, if Finn is, like, Finn's just kind of standing around, and Lexi's pissed off about something or she's anxious, she'll just walk up to Finn and just, like, smack him in the head. Like, especially if there's people over. That's one thing she hates. She hates other people. So, if we have, like, guests over, then Lexi gets, like, really anxious, and a lot of the times, without, like, any other idea on what to do, she just, like, takes it out on Finn. She just walks up to him and just whap! Right in his face. Which, you know, poor Finn. Because, you know, he doesn't do any... Well, I would say he doesn't do anything wrong. He doesn't intentionally do anything wrong. He's just a big goofball of a cat. But I will say, like, you know, in terms of, like, nice cats, right? Like, Finn is the sweetest little cat ever. Like, he does a lot of dumb shit, but He doesn't mean to. He's like just kind of fucking adorable. I love that cat. But yeah, unfortunately, Lexi is like, you know, she has a bit of a mind of her own. All right, I'm gonna get a little bit more food just to stock up. But now my pet is happy, so I think I have now realized that I fucked up. And what I should have done is feed my pet food gradually instead of dumping it all on him at once. I think that is where I went wrong. But lesson has been learned. I only want to feed my pet one thing of food at a time. Alright. There you go. Chunk of boar meat. The only thing I remember is my gorilla. I had a gorilla for most of my time playing a hunter. And I always fed him banana bread. Because, you know... I figured it was like, gorillas like bananas, and, banana bread is the closest thing to bread. So I don't know why, but I always just started feeding my gorilla pet banana bread. I was like, to be fair, I was like 5, so little kid logic, but I continued doing that, like, even until, like, I was a teenager, just because it was, like, with a tradition. You know, like, my gorilla eats banana bread. That's his thing. Okay. And the final topic, as we make our way to Razor Hill. Fucking Sylvanas. So, I've talked before about how, I want to finish getting my cutting edge, and on Thursday night, on the last night of the raid week, we wiped a Sylvanas at 0.1%. So, yeah. Not going too well. It's just, it's fucking tilting as shit. Really fucking tilting. But oh well. I definitely... like... how do I put this? I like Sylvanas, like, from a design perspective in terms of, like, I think it's an interesting encounter. And I remember saying for a while that I thought Sylv was a good fight. And... like, I kind of still agree with that. But at the same time, I kind of fucking hate Sylvanas as an encounter. At least on Mythic. I feel like Heroic Sylvanas I liked. There's some bosses where I feel like it works better on a certain difficulty. There's just... the problem I have with Mythic Sylvanas is I don't really think any of the mechanics, like, meaningfully contribute to the fight and, like, actually make it more fun. Because, Mythic raids, they're challenging, but they're supposed to be fun. Like, here's an example of a Mythic mechanic that is challenging, but also really fucking fun. And it's why it's one of my favorite fights. Remnant of Ner'zhul. Remnant of Ner'zhul, the mechanic where when he hits, or when he does shatter, when he hits those health thresholds, he breaks off a piece of his armor, and it, like, adds an extra mechanic to the fight. That's fucking cool. I like that. Because it's challenging, right? Like, the tank thing, you have additional orbs to deal with as a tank, but you also have an additional suffering line to clear those orbs with. So, it's an extra challenge, but you have more tools to deal with that challenge. And it's hard, but when you get that fucking angle on the suffering, it feels so good. It's like, it's a fight where it's more demanding, but it feels fucking awesome when you do it. And especially, like, with the double bounce in the final phase. Like, the extra gauntlet thing, whatever. But the double suffering, sick as fuck. The double orb bounce, also sick as fuck. When you pull that off, feels good. Like, it's a good mechanic. And I know a lot of people are gonna fucking hate me for saying this, but Painsmith, banger boss. Banger fucking boss. And a lot of people really fucking hate Painsmith because their guild is stuck on him and they can't kill him. And, like, I get that. Like, I get it. It's not fun. It's not fun to wipe, I should say. It's frustrating. And I don't like re-clearing Painsmith when people are being stupid. Absolutely feel that. But at the same time, Painsmith is a fucking sick boss. Because, like, a lot of the stuff on Painsmith I really like makes you... What? No. Fuck that. Learn new skills inside the bunker. Sure. Statue really sticky glue in the bank. Well, I skipped that quest. So, no, I already learned all my skills. Right. Let me see. I can skip all this. Have I finished the guide? Skip. Skip. Enter Ragefire Chasm and die on purpose. Some of this stuff is, like, really questionable. Alright, so I guess I need to do these upper quests next. Alright. So I'm gonna finish my spiel about Sylvanas, but I will say I'm not gonna head out of town yet. Okay. Alright, that was the guy that helped me out earlier. I guess he's Asian. But yeah, so finishing my spiel on Sylvanas before I end this run. I do want to end it here. I'm, like, a little bit tired. I need to upload this still, right? Like, it's almost 10 o'clock. I still need to get this posted today. So, you know. Sylvanas. The problem I have with her mythic mechanics... I was also saying Painsmith. I do love Painsmith because I feel like the mechanics of the spikes on Painsmith... Hold on. Almost done recording. Give me, like, 5 minutes. Alright, so... What I love about Painsmith is, like, the way that you have to interact with the spikes and stuff, I feel it's just interesting. You know, the idea of Painsmith, right, is that it's like this torture chamber, and I feel like the mechanics really play into that. You know, you have to do all these, like, crazy maneuvers to get around the spikes and the balls and stuff like that. And it basically dials up everything that makes the fight good, just to 11, and makes it much harder. And Painsmith, in many ways, I would say, is the second hardest boss in the raid. It's really fucking challenging, but it's fun. And, like, in a similar way, I think I like Guardian of the first ones, kind of, because Guardian of the first ones is, like, kind of the same on Heroic. Like, the charging the pillars thing, like, whatever. But I like the way they changed the soak, because I feel like without it, you would just cheese it. So, I mean, I like Guardian as a tank, but I will say I can see why some people may not like it. But Guardian, doing that combo as a tank is really fun. I really like that. But I will say it is really just the same as Heroic, at least for tanks. So it's like, I don't know. I liked it on Heroic. I like it on Mythic. And yeah, like I said, I think Remnant 2 was another really good fight. What I don't like is when Mythic mechanics just feel like they're there to just fuck you in the ass and not to actually contribute to a boss fight. Like, some of the stuff on Sylvanas, I'm like, why? So, the ad phases, I like the bridge. So, I should say, I've said this before, and a lot of people think I'm crazy for it. My favorite phase of Sylvanas is Phase 2. And that's because I like what they did with it. Because Phase 2, in many ways, is taking what worked and expanding upon it. It's basically like the bridge phase was cool. So, why not make it so you have to divide your team and have each team tackle a different set of chains, and you have to, like, work down both chains at the same time, fighting different sets of ads. That's cool. I like that. In practice, it's kind of lame, honestly. I mean, the ads are kind of shit. The trash can, the mythic unique mob, is so boring. It does nothing. It tickles the tanks. All it has is a mechanic where everybody stacks up, and you stack together, pop like a mini raid cooldown, and you're fine. And not even that. I think at this point, we don't even pop anything. We Spirit Link 1, if needed. But we also solo heal that side. So it's like our Shaman solo heals and then Spirit Links if needed to survive the soak. And that's it. And the tank damage is literally non-existent. So that unique mechanic is kind of shit, but whatever. But I also kind of like the Haunting Waves in Phase 2 because the Haunting Waves, like, one of the main things that makes Sylvanas interesting in that phase is like you have to basically navigate across these bridges. It's like, it's this treacherous path, and it's kind of cool. It's pretty cool having to like maneuver around like these bridges that Thrall and Jaina create, and then like dodge these projectile things, the waves that are coming at you. And having that like be dialed up a ton where there's like multiple different waves coming at you from all directions, that's cool. But like the shit in Phase 1, I don't like the fucking the rives are whatever, but like I think it is just funny how there's like 5 bonus rives. It's like, wow, the easiest mechanic in the game to dodge now has 5 copies. Like, oh. But then what's annoying about Rive is that when that one dumb dipshit dies to it on your fucking 0.1% wipe, then it's just annoying. Because then that same fucking guy that has been dying all night dies to the easiest fucking mechanic, and then it's not just that he died to a mechanic, it's that he died to fucking Rive. So mechanics like Rive existing, which are so easy to dodge but one shot, just mean that you're gonna have some fucking idiots that manage to die to it, and it makes it all the more tilting. So I don't like Rive. It's like, I don't fucking die to it, but when I watch somebody else die to it, I want to fucking kill them. But it's the other shit I really hate. I don't understand why she fucking lasers the tanks so hard. Like, there's, I guess, a precedent that final bosses will demolish tanks. I kind of get that, but at the same time, why? Just, it's not fun. Like, as a tank, getting just absolutely fucking destroyed is not enjoyable. It's not a fun experience. We don't like it. I'm fine with mitigating damage, but when I basically need to run a defensive trinket and defensive talents because the boss just fucking smashes me, that's not enjoyable. It's just, you have to change your build because the fight's designed that way. And it's like, I don't like it. But that's just me, I guess. But the main thing that I really don't like is the final phase. It's just, the final phase, like, I kind of didn't like it in Heroic, and I hate it even more in Mythic. So I guess they did play into some of what makes it work. Like, I would say the main thing that I think works about the final phase of Sylvanas is its platform management, right? Where you have these platforms, you need to control the dark puddles on it and minimize it. But the issue is with it being, there's so much damage going out, right? So like on Heroic, you can afford to vacuum, but it's so fucking hard to vacuum on Mythic because everything hits the tanks so fucking hard that your timing windows for that are just so brutally tight. And I will say, one of the worst parts about Mythic Sylvanas, the thing that I single-handedly hate the most about it, is the RNG. It's the fact that I basically can't actually plan around anything because there's a chance that some shit just happens. Like, the worst example, Veil of Darkness. Veil of Darkness targeting random players? Fine. But you cannot include tanks on that if it's random. You either need to make it so it always picks a tank, so we know that we need to save a defensive, or it doesn't pick tanks at all. Because let me tell you what happens when I have just taken 2 Banshee's Heartseekers, or whatever it's called, And then I'm literally sitting on the edge of the platform waiting for the veil to go off to go soak the entirety of platform 4, which would put me at 14 stacks of Banshee's Mark, or whatever that shit's called, the purple debuff. 14 stacks of the purple debuff. And at that moment, when I'm about to go over, I get targeted by Veil and have a fat fucking healing absorb dumped on top of me. I have two options. I can get back in that group and spread that debuff out to other people, and then our timing for the vacuum gets fucked, or I can run over to the other side and fucking die. Because there's no way in hell that I can live through a full healing absorb shield while already having 2 Banshee's Heartseekers worth of marks on me, and then stoking an entire platform to put myself at roughly 14 stacks. That's lethal. You don't fucking come back from that. Like, I can barely survive that if I pop all my cooldowns. It's one of the reasons why a lot of guilds assign, like, Havoc Demon Hunters with Darkness, or the Netherwalk, to go soak it instead of tanks, because it can just fuck the tanks. But, you know, if you have an immunity, then you're fine. We don't have a prop heli, so the issue is, it's my job to do that, and I can't fucking do my job if I get randomly targeted at that point. There's just fuck all that I can do. So the RNG of it is insane, and I will say that is one thing I dislike about the Banshee's wave, or whatever, the wave in phase 2. That is also very RNG. I mean, there's a lot of RNG in Sylvanas. It reminds me a little bit of Jaina. Jaina was a little bit worse, but there's so many different variations, right? Like, one of the issues I have is, you know, you never know who's going to get, like, the stacks of the debuff in phase 1 and who's going to have to clear. And depending on, like, when I get overloaded with stacks, if I can't clear because I don't happen to get it in time, like, I can get fucked. Phase 1's usually not too hard, so it's not a big issue. But, like, then another thing, like I said, the waves in phase 2, the pattern is random. So a frustrating part is, as a tank, I need to be on that platform first. If I'm not on that platform first, or close to first, I can't grab aggro, and a Goliath smacks a DPS in the face and fucking one-shots them. So I need to be there. And if I'm like Prot Warrior or Vengeance Demon Hunter or whatever, like, you don't give a shit, right? Even Guardian Druids, you shift into fucking cat form and you're good. Brewmaster Monks have Tiger's Lust and they have double roll. And the thing about roll is, if you angle it improperly, you fucking die by falling off the platform. So, as a monk, I need to not only be very fucking careful about using roll, which I have to use because otherwise I don't make it in time, but I also need to still go really quickly and take risks, and sometimes, if I get bad RNG, eat 2 waves to the face, because if I don't push my way through those waves to get to that platform, I'm fucked. So it's inconsistent, because some pulls I go in there with 2 wave debuffs because, you know, they block the path, and other pulls I go in there completely healthy. So it's so hard to prepare for Sylvanas, like, on a fight or pull by pull basis, because I can, on one pull, get targeted by 3 Veils and get fucked in the ass and have to pop all my cooldowns. And on another pull, I can get targeted by none and literally have, like, Fortifying Brew up at the end of the pull because, like, what the fuck was I going to use it on? So it's frustrating. It basically means that I need to keep, like, 1 or 2 cooldowns in reserve, and God forbid I get 3 Veils, I'm just fucked because I can't keep 3 major cooldowns in reserve for that shit. So I don't understand that element of Sylvanas' design. I don't understand why something that can absolutely fucking destroy the tanks is random and, like, might happen and might not, because that just, it's way too much variance on a pull-by-pull basis. And it's just really fucking annoying. And I hate when shit like that happens on a difficult mythic boss, because at that point, it's not challenging. It's just bullshit. Like, when we're having a perfect pull, and then out of fucking nowhere, I get slammed with a veil? Like, what? What do I fucking do about that? So, that's my rant. I probably should have stopped the timer, not that it matters. On that note, so, like I said, the plan is for 9.2 videos. So I will say at the very end here, the video that's coming out on Monday, the plan is to go over the alt catch-up mechanics in 9.2. So everything that you can do as an alt or a new player or something to catch up your character in 9.2. So I'll be going in there. Obviously, it's not going to be just like a playthrough. I'm going to be explaining it in detail. It's going to be like a concise video. But I will be basically going into Zereth Mortis on one of my low-level alts that or low item level alts that I copy over, and basically demonstrating the ways in which I'm able to easily catch up to my mains through the Zereth Mortis stuff. So I think that'll prove enlightening for a lot of people. That'll be helpful. It's something that I'm definitely gonna need to know going forward, especially because I plan on trying to have at least probably one of every tank. Maybe not at the start. Obviously, at the start, I need to focus on Blood Decay and Brew. But later on, you know, it's nice to have backups. So I'll be working on everything, and I'd like to make sure I can get them caught up. So hopefully, I'm able to do that topic justice. That'll be Monday. And then I will be doing, hopefully on Wednesday and Friday, another 9.2 video on each day. We'll see, though. Who knows what will happen to my schedule, but that is the current plan. So what does that mean for this run? Well, as I said before, I'm mostly doing this just because, like, you know, my friend talked me into doing this. I was going to level in Season of Mastery anyway. It was kind of an almost last-second thing that I decided I was going to record this. I was like, fuck it. Might as well. People might get a kick out of this. Will give me a chance to talk about some shit. So that's why I did this. Now, obviously, if there's, like, for some reason, a ton of demand to see, like, a part 2 on this, I admittedly am going to, the moment this ends, after I upload this video, keep leveling, right? I want to continue leveling. Not that Duratar is the most interesting thing in the world, but if there is somehow a ton of demand for a part 2 on this, I guess I'll fucking do a part 2, but it would probably be starting at like 15 or 17 or wherever I end up getting to off camera, because I'm not going to level this character entirely on camera. I am going to be leveling off camera. But most likely, I will say, because I'm going to be honest, there's probably not going to be a ton of demand for this, unless we get a surprise fishing guide incident where, like, it does way better than my expectations. Then this is just going to be it for now. In general, I may, in the future, do, like, one-off videos like this, because the main thing I like about this is it just gives me a chance to talk. So if in the future I have a lot of shit that I want to say, then I may just do a one-off leveling thing, be it on Classic, or Season of Mastery, BC Classic, maybe, or just, if I have nothing else to do, retail. We'll see. This is like a very much maybe thing. Not out of the realm of possibility, but, you know, probably not going to happen anytime soon, definitely, because I'm posting this video now. But hopefully this at least stated some people's appetites for a speedrun type thing. Once again, not a speedrun, but, you know, I figured that some people would enjoy this, so I hope that was the case. Anyways, thank you for watching, and I hope that you will enjoy the 9.2 stuff that I'm going to be doing, because I'm definitely going to be putting a lot of work into researching that and making sure it's as good and helpful as it can possibly be. So, I will catch you then. Peace.